Chapter 2704. Third brother, don't forget who's in charge of the family now. Father can no longer stand up. His death is a foregone conclusion. I am also very sad, but the truth is that the Yu clan must have a leader. Otherwise, how can the Yu clan be at a disadvantage when the two clans of Liaobei are eyeing the Baiyu city like tigers eyeing their prey? It's fine if you don't support your own brother, but you're trying to undermine us? A family cannot be without a leader. Do you think that the Yu family is in a good situation now? Humph, Yu Wangyan said in disdain. Yu Jingfan sighed. He was powerless now. There was no way for the family to return to the right track. The battle between the eldest and second brother was about to erupt. He alone could not stop it. But he knew that his father would wake up one day. When his father wakes up, the two of them will definitely be punished severely. When two tigers fought, one of them would definitely be injured. Between the two of them, one would definitely be heavily injured or even killed. This was the cruel law of survival in the struggle between clans. It's useless to say more. Eldest brother, if you can defeat me, I'm willing to be at your beck and call. But if you can't, then who else but me will be the next patriarch? Yu Wangyan looked at Yu Wangqing with disdain and shouted. As the eldest brother, I will not shirk my responsibility. Both of them stared at each other. A great battle was about to break out. All right, since both of them have agreed, then let's see who's stronger. The patriarch will be the next patriarch. This is the world where only the strong are respected. The great elder said faintly. This was the fairest and most convincing method. Yu Jingfan sighed. There was no turning back now. They'll fight with their lives on the line. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan were ready. They've been waiting for this battle for a long time. As long as they could defeat the other party, then they would be the real overlord of the Yu family. Eldest brother, I will not be merciful. Second brother, fists and kicks are silent. Only one of us can survive. The two of them had already made up their minds to kill, because only by doing so would they be able to get rid of any future troubles. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan were both at the early Divine King realm. As the most authoritative figures in the Yu family, they could only be qualified for the position of the patriarch by defeating them. In the martial arts arena of the Yu family, there was no one within 1,000-meter radius. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan were staring at each other. The battle between Divine King realm experts was definitely not ordinary. Begin. Following the order of the Great Elder, Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan instantly started fighting. Wind and thunder rumbled, shocking everyone. Hundreds of disciples of the Yu family were watching this battle silently. They were frightened. Countless people would feel pity if one side lost, because the other side would be their nightmare if the other side rose to power. The battle between the two Divine King realm experts caused everyone to be extremely serious. They were fighting for life and death without any hesitation. Dazzling sword shadows and blade lights pierced through the void. Although the two of them had concealed their aura in the martial arts arena, the fierce battle still startled many experts in the Baiyu city. Jiang Chen stood in the middle of the bamboo garden with a faint smile on his face. His prediction had come true. Between the two of them, one of them would fall. This was the fight for power. Yu Jingxian and Bai Yuma looked out of the window and heard the loud noise. They had guessed what was going on, but staying with their father was more important than anything else. The two sisters protected their father firmly. As long as their father woke up, all the problems would be solved. Ever since Wang Lingji left, no one had come here except for the two sisters, Yu Huafan and Yu Jingfan. Suddenly, Yu Huagan's finger moved slightly. Yu Jingxian sensed her father's movement immediately and her eyes lit up. Sure enough, her father's hand moved. Father? Sister, look. Father's hand moved. Yu Jingxian cried tears of joy. At that moment, Bai Yuma could no longer bear the pressure and sadness in her heart. She hugged her sister and cried out loud. Yu Huagan's body gradually regained consciousness. Yu Jingxian knew that from this moment on, she could finally let go of her worries. After a while, Yu Huagan finally opened his eyes slowly. When he saw his two daughters for the first time, his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He had been lying on the bed for more than 100 years. His heart was filled with emotions. There were thousands of words that he could say, but it was not enough to express his inner world. He thought that he would be swallowed by death. Who would have thought that he would be able to see the light of day again? I'm still alive? Yu Huagan said in a hoarse voice. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Father, you're still alive. You're still alive. Yu Jingxian hugged her father. The feelings that had been accumulated for 100 years gushed out like a flood. You're back too, Yuma. The corner of Yu Huagan's mouth twitched slightly. He forced a smile. I've always been here, father. Bai Yuma smiled firmly. Yu Huagan was even more relieved. Only his eldest daughter could be so calm and unruffled. It's great to see them again. Yu Huagan's heart had completely melted. Especially during these 100 years, even though he was about to die, his heart was still alive. Your brothers, how are they? This was the question that Yu Huagan was most concerned about. It was also the proof that he cared about Yu clan. They're fine. Your health is the most important thing now. Rest well and you'll get better soon. Yu Jingfan was about to say something but was stopped by Yuma, who spoke first. How could Yu Huagan be blinded by his two daughters? Fate makes fools of us. I hope that nothing will happen to our Yu clan. Even though Yu Huagan did not know what had happened in the past 100 years, he could imagine that Yu clan must be in a precarious situation. Jiang Chen appeared in the room. Yu Huagan looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said calmly, Yu clan is in danger. You just need to rest well. The other two clans are ready to make a move. You need to take charge of the situation. Don't ask me why. I saved your life. Jiang Chen's words made Yu Huagan speechless. Even Yu Jingxian and Bai Yuma did not know how to deal with it. Jiang Chen's words might be the most suitable for Yu Huagan now. Thank you, mister. Yu Huagan said with difficulty. He was sincerely grateful. You don't have to thank me. Thank your daughters instead. Jiang Chen said. Bai Yuma's heart fluttered slightly and her lips curved into a shy smile. It seemed like she still had a place in Jiang Chen's heart. Chapter 2705. Yu Jingxian took a glance at Jiang Chen. There was a fierce battle outside. Could her father just lie there peacefully? But, there are no buts. I believe that the Yu family head knows what to do. The rise and fall of a family cannot be separated from death. Even if it is a family member, it is the same. Otherwise, the Yu family could only face destruction. Jiang Chen said faintly. It wasn't that he was indifferent, but if Yu Huagan came out to take charge of the situation, the two great families would be restrained and the whole situation would be disrupted. Not only would it affect the internal affairs of the two families, but the external affairs would also worsen. Bai Yuma knew all of this. As the Yu family's master, how could he not know? The battle outside shook the entire Baiyu city. Who would believe that Yu Huagan could not guess what was going on? However, Jiang Chen was right. Some things must be abandoned in the face of righteousness. Because he was the master of the family, he must look at the big picture. It was already a great fortune for Yu Huagan to wake up. Firstly, his body had not recovered yet. Secondly, it was not the time for him to come out. If he came out now, the Yu family would fall apart. Although a spiritual symbol was important, a fragile spiritual symbol would plunge the Yu family into chaos. Yu Jingxian wanted to say something but Jiang Chen did not care about her. The best thing for Yu Huagan to do now was to lie on the bed and wait for his recovery. However, it was extremely torturous for Yu Huagan. Bai Yuma held her father's hand tightly. That kind of pain and worry was not something that could be felt by others. Don't worry, they won't die, Jiang Chen said. His words startled the three of them. However, it dispelled Yu Huagan's last worry. Death was like a lamp going out. As long as they were still alive, there was still a chance to alleviate the situation. Jiang Chen's words meant that he had long since prepared for this. Mister, you're very considerate. If the Yu family could survive this, we will be grateful to you forever. Yu Huagan sat up with difficulty and cupped his hands towards Jiang Chen. In the martial arts arena, the battle between Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan was getting more and more intense. It had already reached the climax. No one had thought that the two of them would fight with their lives on the line. Although Yu Wangqing had the upper hand, he couldn't do anything about it. The two of them retreated while the other advanced. It was a joyous battle. If this goes on, I'm afraid that both sides will suffer. Yu Huafan said anxiously. Teacher told me that we must intervene at the critical moment. Even if we are punished by the elders, we must intervene. We must not let their lives be in danger. Yu Jingfan said in a low voice. He was ready to stop this battle of life and death. The two of them are fighting with their lives on the line. They don't even have the slightest bit of brotherly affection. It really makes people sigh. We are brothers whose bones are broken but whose tendons are still connected. Yu Huafan couldn't help but say emotionally. Although he still remembered them, did they really remember who they were? They were surnamed Yu. They used to hold hands and stand back to back. They were brothers from the same mother. But in the end, they had to fight with their lives on the line just for power. This damn power was really harmful. Even if I die, I will become the family lord of the Yu family. You can't defeat me, second brother. Yu Wangqing clenched his teeth and launched a thunderous attack that shook the mountains and rivers. The entire arena was shaking. Yu Wangqing's eyes were cold and decisive. He had already forgotten that the person standing in front of him was his own brother. Yu Wangyan was the same. Facing Yu Wangqing's attack, he became more and more courageous. He didn't fall into a disadvantageous position at all. There was only one belief in their hearts: to defeat the other and even kill the other. Only then could they stand on the position of the family lord. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Humph, if you lose to me, you will never be able to rise again. Yu Wangyan said disdainfully. The two of them were like two bright comets colliding with each other. The strength of Divine King Realm was fully displayed. Yu Huafan and Yu Jingfan didn't dare to be careless. Their attacks looked like they were fighting with their lives on the line. Both of them were heavily injured but none of them was willing to stop. These two lunatics. Is the power of the nobles really that important? Yu Jingfan murmured. His big brother and second brother were his role models. But when they grew up, they finally understood the true meaning of scheming against each other. No one was willing to fall behind. Especially the two of them. They fought to be the first in everything. All for the position of the patriarch. Being above thousands of people might be awe-inspiring but compared to brotherly affection, Yu Jingfan valued the latter more. But some people didn't think so. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan had already reached the point where they would fight to the death. Yu Jingfan couldn't understand why his brothers wanted to kill each other like this. Power was indeed a double-edged sword. It was hard to control. It was possible to lose one's family and love with a single slash, and it would be hard to look back for the rest of their lives. However, some people were led astray and couldn't get out of it. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan were such people. In their eyes, power was more important than anything else. Third brother, look. Eldest and second brother are going to fight with their lives on the line. Yu Huafan took a deep breath and stared at the two brothers without blinking his eyes. At that moment, Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan rushed forward with all of their strength. They were going to fight to the death with their swords against each other. Both of them were bound to suffer a great loss in this battle, and no one would gain any advantage. Boom! Along with a loud sound, the two of them fell down like meteors. Both of them were vomiting blood and their faces were pale. They were like arrows at the end of their flight. However, they would never lower their heads as long as the outcome of the battle was not decided. This was a battle of honor and for the sake of their future. No, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on any longer. Yu Jingfan's face turned gloomy. He had to take action even if the elders wanted to punish him. Looks like you're going to die soon. Yu Wangqing sneered. Hee hee, we don't know who will have the last laugh. You should think about yourself first. Yu Wangyan was not polite at all. Even though both of them were struggling, Yu Jingfan was frightened. After all, the others were not as distressed as him. That was his own brother. How could he not be distressed when both of them were risking their lives at this moment? It was a kind of oppression and anger that others couldn't feel. Chapter 2706. Puff. Yu Jingfan's face turned pale. These two palms were enough to seriously injure him. Third brother, you're courting death. You're courting death, you can't possibly stop me. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan said angrily. Yu Jingfan, what are you doing? Get out of here. The great elder scolded in displeasure. Big brother, second brother, you're not fighting for the position of the patriarch, you're killing each other. If father is still here, do you still have the face to see him? Yu Jingfan shouted, completely ignoring the great elder's scolding. Don't touch my sore spot. Third brother, if you don't step aside, don't blame me for being impolite. A family cannot be without a patriarch. Today, I must become the patriarch of the Yu family. Yu Wangqing shouted fiercely. Get out, third brother, there's no place for you to speak. Yu Wangyan and Yu continued to approach Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan did not hold back and clenched his teeth. Even though it was difficult to fight against the two of them, Yu Jingfan did not hesitate to face his brothers who were in the same life and death situation. Third brother, let me help you. Yu Huafan was also advancing rapidly. Although the strength of the four of them was not equal, after Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan were severely injured, Yu Huafan and Yu Jingfan joined in the battle. It was quite useful. After all, by separating the two of them, they would not have to fight each other to the death. Big brother, second brother, one of you will die if you continue to fight. Yu Huafan said while gritting his teeth. It's not your place to interfere. Bastard, get out of here. Yu Wangqing struck out a palm strike and forced Yu Huafan to retreat. However, he was completely exhausted and so was Yu Wangyan. The battle between the four of them was in full swing. They initially wanted to fight for the position of the patriarch, but it turned into a farce in the end. What a disgrace. I'm so disappointed. The great elder's expression turned gloomy and he left. Third brother, fifth brother, receive your punishment at the law enforcement hall. You two are here to cause trouble at this time. How dare you ignore the rules of the family? The third elder, who was in charge of the law enforcement hall, said angrily. Yu Jingfan and Yu Huafan looked at each other and revealed a smile. They were not afraid of being punished in the law enforcement hall, but they were afraid that their eldest brother and second brother would have a life-and-death battle. That would be a disaster for their Yu family. Let's forget about today's battle. We'll wait for a month to recuperate before we fight again. Yu Wangqing and Lang Lang stared at Yu Wangyan, gritting their teeth and panting. If I'm afraid of you, I'm not Yu Wangyan. Both of them were supported by their subordinates as they left the training field. However, the entire Yu family was already in a state of panic. Not to mention the fact that there was no one to take charge of the family. There were so many people with ulterior motives. Some wanted to control the family, some wanted to be promoted, and some wanted Yu Huagan to die as soon as possible. News came out of Baiyu City, and Dongshan City received it immediately. Yu Wangyan and Yu Wangqing fought for the position of the master of the Yu family, and both of them were injured. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Yu family was in a dilemma, with internal and external troubles. Ha! Even the heavens are helping us. Brother Wang, our plan is already half done. We don't have to worry about that zombie Yu Huagan for now. The two brothers of the Yu family fought for the position of the patriarch and both of them were severely injured. It seems like our chance has finally arrived. Dongpa Tianqi laughed and said, everything is ready now. We're only missing one thing. It's time for us to take action. Wang Lingji said with a smile and looked at Dongpa Tianqi. You're right. Everything is ready now. We'll take down the Yu family and the dragon vein will belong to both of us. Brother Wang, you've made a great contribution this time. Dongpa Tianqi patted Wang Lingji's shoulder and said sincerely, haha, that's right. If it wasn't for Brother Wang, it would not have been easy for us to attack the Yu family. Now that we have the right time, the right place and the right people, we won't have to worry about not being able to take down the Yu family. Dongpa Tianlan added, Brother Wang, let's rest for a while. 3 days later, we'll go to Baiyu City and catch them off guard. Dongpa Tianqi was smiling as if he could see the light of victory. Yu Huagan was like a living dead man in the Yu family now. His two sons were fighting for the position of the patriarch and both of them were badly injured. Who else could take charge of the Yu family now? The Yu family reaped what they sowed and reaped what they sowed. All right. Success is right in front of us. I still need to rely on Brother Dongpa in the future. Wang Lingji nodded. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Wang Lingji then left the living room. Big brother, when are we going to kill this guy? Dongpa Tianlan's eyes turned cold and said in a low voice while looking at the direction where Wang Lingji disappeared. Don't worry. He just needs to listen to us. Let's see how many heads he has if he wants to go against us. I, Dongpa Tianqi, want more than half of the dragon vein of the Yu family. The Feng family is just a matter of time. Dongpa Tianqi looked at the sky with a gloomy gaze. Big brother is wise. Hehe. The Liaobei region should have been unified long ago. Our Dongpa family is following the will of the heavens. The Yu family and the Feng family are destined to be our stepping stones. Dongpa Tianlan smiled proudly. The Dongpa family would be the ruler of the Liaobei region in the future. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. The Yu family was the tiger of the Liaobei region in the past. To be able to rule the Liaobei region for so many years, they're not ordinary people. The land in our hands was fought for by our ancestors. We must not give it away. We must be careful this time. Dongpa Tianqi, will definitely unify the Liaobei region while I'm still alive. Dongpa Tianqi's ambition had expanded to the point where he could no longer control it. The Liaobei region was his life's dream. That's something that happened thousands of years ago. The Yu family has been declining for the past 10,000 years. As the tiger of the Liaobei region, perhaps they're the most pitiful ones. It's a great irony that they still control 40% of the dragon vein. Dongpa Tianlon snorted. The Yu family has been guarding the dragon vein for a longer time than our Dongpa family and the Feng family. It can be said that they've been the tiger and wolf of the Liaobei region ever since our two families stepped into the Liaobei region. However, the situation is getting clearer and clearer now. It's no longer the time for the Yu family to be the sole ruler. We're risking our lives this time to take down the Yu family and start the true path of conquering the Liaobei region. We must not let anything go wrong. Otherwise, we'll see you with our heads. Dongpa Tianqi said and left. Bai Yu City, Yu family's mansion. Chapter 2707. Yu Huagan let out a sigh and said, I'm sorry, mister. These two bastards, when I stand up again, I'll definitely make them kowtow 1,000 times in front of my ancestor. The Yu family's great business has been declining day by day. The two great families have been eyeing us for a long time. Jiang Chen could see Yu Huagan's helplessness. He was a good father and a good patriarch who knew the big picture. Once upon a time, our Yu family was the leader of the entire Liaobei region. Liaobei's tiger was not an undeserved title. However, ever since the world was divided into 3 parts, the Yu family no longer had the tiger roar and ape cry to dominate the world. The tiger lost its teeth and gradually became a cat. The Yu family used to be the overlord of the Liaobei region. It's unbelievable. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't mocking them. It was normal for the inheritance left behind by their ancestors to be devoured and divided. After all, not to mention his family, even the super sects and clans within a province couldn't last forever. Every era had its own leader, and each of them had their own outstanding achievements. Jiang Chen smiled. Mister, how long do I need to stand up again? 3 days. Your current recovery speed has already exceeded my expectations. Furthermore, this can be considered a blessing in disguise for you. Jiang Chen said. Yu Huagan was a little excited. He knew that the mysterious qi in his body was completely controlling his body. The speed of his recovery was astonishing. What qi is that? It's so powerful. The myriad qi. Yu Huagan took a deep breath and his expression changed. Yu Jingfan and Bai Yu Ma looked at their father silently. Is the myriad qi really that powerful? Others might not know about it, but Yu Huagan had accidentally read about it in the ancient records of his family. The ancestor of his family once said that if a hierarch expert could obtain the myriad qi, it would be a great glory. If a divine emperor expert obtained it, he would be able to devour the heavens and earth and reach the emperor realm. If an emperor realm expert obtained it, he would treat it as a treasure. From this, it could be seen how precious and terrifying the source qi of all things was. Mister, this Yu Huagan doesn't deserve it. Yu Huagan knew that it was a great honor for him. The young man in front of him who was not even a divine king must have an extraordinary identity. Even in the Lone Dragon County, there might not be anyone who could take out the myriad qi. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, It's all because of fate. It's too wonderful for words. Yu Huagan was not a calculative person. He immediately smiled and nodded his head heavily. Such an opportunity was a great fortune for the Yu clan. With his talent, it was already a great fortune for him to reach the peak of mid-divine king realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had to stop there as there had not been a hierarch realm expert in the Yu clan for 30,000 years. However, with the myriad qi cauldron in his body, it was not impossible for him to break through to the hierarch realm. Fate. Is there really such a thing as fate in this world? Yu Jingxian smiled bitterly and left her father's room. Her eyes were filled with loneliness and guilt. The moon was still hanging high in the sky. Yu Jingxian was lonely and she looked lonely. She did not know where her fate was. If there was such a thing as fate in this world, why would her fate be toyed with? Did he know the pain and suffering he was going through? Your father is getting better. Why are you still frowning? Jiang Chen walked under the bamboo courtyard and asked in a low voice. Man only has one life, and grass only has one autumn. Does the fate you speak of really exist? Wasn't everything just a fleeting cloud in front of his eyes? How could there be fate? Hee. Yu Jingxian's bitter smile deeply affected Jiang Chen. If you don't believe it, then why are you so stubborn? Isn't that what you're thinking? Guilt and suffering. Perhaps it's just an illusion, or perhaps none of this has ever happened. Whether it's the person or the event, it's already history. Why do you still force yourself to live in your memories, refusing to leave, and being accompanied by pain? Jiang Chen sneered. You don't understand. Some people and some things can never be forgotten, and I dare not to forget. It's like he's watching me all the time. I don't dare to close my eyes and I don't dare to breathe. I'm afraid that one day, he will suddenly ask me why I did that in my dreams. I don't know how to answer him. Yu Jingxian said faintly. Unknowingly, her eyes were filled with tears. She did not know why she said so much to this mysterious man. There are so many storms in life. Why do you care about that unpleasant romance? Fate is not a shackle. Maybe there's no right or wrong in this world. It's just that you're too stubborn. It's your stubbornness that really blames you. Perhaps from the beginning to the end, he never blamed you. There's no Bodhi tree. There's no mirror. There's nothing in the world. Greed, anger, joy, resentment, jealousy. It's just that you can't forgive yourself. With such stubbornness, how can you see what's in front of you? Let go. Raise your head. Maybe you'll see a different sky. Jiang Chen smiled. Yes, he never hated Yu Jingxian from the beginning. But he was not a saint. Pain and anger flashed in his heart. However, he believed that Yu Jingxian would not disappoint him. In fact, Yu Jingxian did not disappoint him. But I still can't forget him. In this life, I can only feel guilty towards him. Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. She once said that she would follow him when her father wakes up. However, this mysterious man's words made her even more confused. Maybe she was not qualified to love him. She wanted to love him, but she realized that her hands were already stained with his blood. 3 days later, Dong Patianchi and Wang Lingji led hundreds of experts to Baiyu City. City Lord of Eastern Mountain City, Dong Patianchi is here to visit City Lord Yu Huagan. A young man from the Dongpa clan said. Please wait for a moment. City Lord. I'll go and report now. A middle-aged guard said. The people from Eastern Mountain City came to Baiyu City at this time. It was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. Those who come are guests. Could it be that you want to stop us here? Humph, dog slave. Dongpa Tianlan shouted in anger. The Divine King Realm expert roared. The guard's face turned pale as he staggered backwards. Enough. Second brother. Let him go and report. Dongpa Tianchi waved his hand and said indifferently. The middle-aged guard's expression turned gloomy. He quickly went to report. Chapter 2708. What an eventful time. This Eastern Mountain City is getting more and more unpredictable. However, as the leader of Liao Bei, how can our Yu clan let others look down on us? The Great Elder said proudly. In his eyes, the Feather Clan was still the true great clan of Liao Bei. In terms of strength, they could still suppress them. This was the glory of the Feather Clan. Let's see what he can do in our Yu clan's territory. The Great Elder waved his hand and ordered the people of Eastern Mountain City to pass through. Wang Lingji and Dongbo Tianchi looked at each other and smiled. They had gone deep into the enemy's camp. The battle had started quietly. In the hall, the Great Elder was sitting high up, waiting for the people of Eastern Mountain City. Ha ha ha. Great Elder, it's been more than 1,000 years since we last met. I can't help but admire you. Great Elder is still as heroic as ever. I'm really envious of you. Dongbo Tianchi laughed. Dongbo Tianchi, your mouth is still as sweet as ever. Why did you come to our Yu clan? Say it, I don't like to speak in riddles. The Great Elder said indifferently. He did not beat around the bush and did not show any respect to Dongbo Tianchi. What are you talking about, Great Elder? I heard from Brother Wang Lingji that Brother Yu Huagan is in critical condition. That's why I'm here to visit him. I wonder if Brother Yu Huagan is doing well? Dongbo Tianqi squinted his eyes and said, Wang Lingji, you. The great elder looked at Wang Lingji and said. His expression changed drastically. This fella suddenly came to visit him. He must be up to no good. Great elder, long time no see. You look as good as ever. Brother, you will not be able to escape this time. However, you can't blame anyone. Let's leave it to fate. My condolences, great elder. Wang Lingji said with a faint smile. You guys are in cahoots with each other. Are you here to laugh at our Yu clan? The second elder took a step forward and said while clenching his teeth. This Wang Lingji was obviously a traitor. The Yu family had treated him well, but he had invited a wolf into the house. Now, the Dongpa family was laughing at their doorstep. How could the Yu family keep their face? Report, Great Elder, the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Luojiang, requests to see the sect master, saying that he's here to visit the sect master. The great elder's face fell again. Not only him, but all the other elders also felt the same way. Did the two great families come together just to mock the Yu family? Things were probably not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Dongbo Tianqi looked at Wang Lingji and squinted his eyes. He seemed to have sensed something. It's all you're doing. Dongbo Tianqi transmitted his voice to Wang Lingji. I'm just worried that the Yu family is too big. I'm afraid that the Dongpa family might not be able to take over the Yu family. So, I think the Feng family will be more than happy to join us. Wang Lingji smiled and glanced at Dongbo Tianqi. Only the two of them knew that the situation was getting more and more complicated. Looks like I'm still not strong enough to gain Brother Wang's trust. Humph. But since the Feng family has joined us, our plan will be much easier. Dongbo Tianqi transmitted his voice. However, this was equivalent to giving away the cake that was already in his mouth to someone else. To Dongbo Tianqi, this was not the most important thing. What made him feel troubled was that he initially wanted to take over Wang Lingji. But now that the Feng family had interfered, things would not be as simple as it seemed. Invite him in, the great elder said. At this moment, the Feng family and the Dongpa family had attacked the Yu family. The Yu family's situation was known to everyone. At this moment, he felt extremely humiliated. This was the biggest humiliation he had experienced in the past 1,000 years. Feng Luojiang had already arranged his spies outside of Eastern Mountain City. As long as the Eastern Mountain City made any move, they would definitely not be left behind. Moreover, Wang Lingji had made it very clear that this operation was related to their position in the entire Liao Bei region. How could Feng Luojiang not take this seriously? Under Baiyu City, Feng Luojiang calmly entered. Ha ha ha. Great Elder, long time no see. Brother Dongpa, you're here too? What a coincidence. Could it be that Brother Dongpa is also here to visit Brother Yu's illness? Feng Luojiang said with a smile and a surprised expression. Hee hee. City Lord Feng, you're very well informed. To think that you've come so fast. You're not willing to be left behind even when I came to visit Brother Yu in Eastern Mountain City. Dongbo Tianqi said with a faint smile. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. Who wouldn't know what they were thinking? However, they did not say it out loud. How should I put this? Ha! Brother Yu is not feeling well now. As an old friend of 1,000 years, how could I not come and visit? Isn't Brother Dongbo the same? Feng Luojiang said calmly. You too, don't tell me that you came to my Yu family to quarrel? Are you here to laugh at our Yu family? The great elder harumphed coldly. Great elder, what are you talking about? We're here to see how Brother Yu is and what we can do for the Yu family. Feng Luojiang said. Yeah, we're here with sincerity. We hope that the great elder will allow us to see Brother Yu and express our worries. Dongbo Tianqi said sincerely. Brother Yu is not around the corner. The Yu family should choose a leader as soon as possible. A country can't live without a ruler and a family can't live without a leader. Feng Luojiang and Dongbo Tianqi spoke one after another. Even though the great elder was angry, he couldn't do anything as he didn't know how to deal with them. The Yu family was in a mess right now. It seemed like the situation was getting more and more worrisome. These two fellas came with bad intentions. The great elder didn't know how to explain himself. You don't have to worry about this. Our Yu family will not disappoint you. The great elder said. This is a big matter for our Liao Bei. How can you say that it has nothing to do with the two city lords? The Yu family, the Feng family, and the Dongbo family are like 3 legs of a tripod. If we don't choose a family head who has the ability to lead, what if the Yu family declines one day? Wouldn't our Liaobei region lose its backbone? Who will be responsible for this? Wang Lingji said with a smile. You're right. Dongbo Tianqi said while rubbing his nose. If the Yu family can't come up with a solution, we can help the Great Elder to decide who is qualified to be the Yu family's patriarch. He's Brother Yu's old friend after all. We will not let the Yu family fall in Liaobei. Chapter 2709. Abdication. The Great Elder held his breath. The anger on his face intensified. These fellas were obviously robbers. They wanted the Yu family to suffer a crushing defeat. They wanted to compete with the Yu family. However, the Yu family was once the tiger of Liaobei. Therefore, even if the 2 great families appeared together, they would not dare to make a move against the Yu family. Right now, they were merely probing the Yu family. Since they wanted to interfere with the Yu family selection of the true family head, did that mean that they wanted to take away the cake that was the Yu family? The Great Elder was an experienced man. How could he not know what the 2 patriarchs were planning? Plus, the 2 of them came personally, and Wang Lingji was right beside him. This meant that they were prepared. The Great Elder couldn't make a decision now that the 2 patriarchs were here. He could see the importance of the patriarch now. Yu Huagon had been lying on the bed for hundreds of years. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyin's battle resulted in both sides suffering. This was something that nobody wanted to see. However, the Yu family's current situation was not optimistic. If the Yu family can't control the situation well, I believe the 2 patriarchs will be happy to help. When the time comes, the Yu family will be safe and sound. Wang Lingji said. Safe and sound? Worry-free? Wouldn't that be taking away the Yu family's power? Wouldn't that be asking the Yu family to break their own arms? The result was obvious. The Yu family would be controlled and the 2 great families would swallow the Yu family. How dare you say something like this? No matter how stupid the Great Elder was, he knew that Wang Lingji was behind this. Otherwise, the 2 great families wouldn't have come so quickly. He must have told them everything about the Yu family's situation. It seemed like the trust and respect they had for Wang Lingji was being backstabbed by this unscrupulous fella. 2 patriarchs, do you want the Yu family to be your dog? The Great Elder said in a deep voice. Haha, Great Elder, you must be joking. We didn't mean that. As the tiger of Liaobei, the Yu family's status is obvious. I didn't mean that. Great Elder, you're worrying too much. Feng Luojiang smiled. That's right. We just want to help the Yu family and complete the selection of the family head. Is that wrong? Could it be that Great Elder is going to reject our good intentions? Dongbo Tianqi said faintly. That's right. I don't think the Great Elder will take our kindness for granted, right? Tomorrow, we will elect the master of the Yu family. What do you think, Great Elder? How can we be at ease if we don't elect the master of the Yu family? How big was Liaobei? As the leading family of Liaobei, how could they treat it so lightly? If foreign invaders come, will our Liaobei region, once the tiger of Liaobei, cower and be a tortoise? This is something I don't want to see. I believe Great Elder feels the same way. Feng Luojiang stopped smiling. The pressure in his words was oppressive. The 3 elders behind the Great Elder gritted their teeth and lowered their heads in contemplation. Feng Luojiang was forcing them into a dead end. Their goal was to force the Yu family to show their attitude. Otherwise, the Yu family would become their enemy in the future. By that time, the Yu family would be in ruins. How could they fight against their enemies? The internal affairs must be stabilized before the external affairs. Even the other 2 great families of Liaobei region could not suppress them. Naturally, they would lose their right to be the leading family. At that time, the dragon vein would be the thing that would take their lives. Without status and power, what right do you have to occupy the latrine without taking a shit? You want so many resources. 10% of the resources of the dragon vein is already incomparably huge, not to mention that the Yu family is occupying 40%. How could the Dongbo family and the Feng family not be jealous? Under such jealousy, there would definitely be unfairness. Needless to say, the Great Elder's heart was as clear as a mirror. The Yu family, which had lost its leading position, would definitely become the target of public criticism. The 2 great families were eyeing the Yu family with covetous eyes. They were already forcing the Yu family to hand over the Yu family's dragon's vein. All right. Tomorrow, our Yu family will elect a master to give you two an explanation. You two can go and rest now. The Yu family has prepared the best guest rooms. The great elder said coldly. There was no need to be courteous at this moment. I have been waiting for great elder to say these words. As expected of great elder, you are a straightforward person. Tomorrow, we shall witness the birth of the Yu family's master. Ha! After saying that, Dongbu Tianqi turned around and walked out of the hall. See you tomorrow, great elder. I, Feng Luojiang, am looking forward to it. Great elder. There's nothing I can do about brother Yu. However, the Yu family needs someone to take the helm. Ha! After Wang Lingji and the other two left, the great elder's face turned gloomy. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Big brother, are you all right? Great elder Yu. The second elder and the others helped the great elder who was spurting out blood and asked. Damned Wang Lingji. Those two fellows are obviously here to force the Yu family to abdicate. This time, it seems that the Yu family is in grave danger. A great disaster is coming. The great elder gritted his teeth. He hated these people to the core. However, this was the law of survival. Once the Yu family fell, countless people would want to replace them, especially when their current position was about to fall. At that time, the 40% of the dragon vein would be fought over by the Dongbu family and the Feng family. They came here for the dragon vein, for the division of power in Liao Bei. How could it be easy to reshuffle the cards and unify the Liao Bei region? Their goal couldn't be more obvious. They want to take advantage of the time when our Yu family is still weak and ruthless. Back then, the two families ran into the Liao Bei region as if they were fleeing for their lives. We were weak, so they took advantage of our weakness. They even gave us 60% of the dragon vein. Now that our Yu family is in trouble, they are approaching us aggressively. Their goal is the remaining 40% of the dragon vein. How greedy! The second elder said in a low voice. Yeah. Wang Qing and Wang Nian, those two brats. None of them are able to support the Yu family. Both of them are severely injured and Hua Gan is about to die. Is our Yu family really going to fall? The third elder was exasperated. Now, the two great families are obviously trying to intimidate us. Without a leader, our Yu family is no longer under their control. Plus, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. I don't believe that they will dare to provoke us. Chapter 27:10. You guys are too naive. This is just a test. If our Yu family doesn't have a strong leader, then the two great families will join hands sooner or later. We have given Wang Lingji a lot of benefits in order to suppress this matter. However, the truth cannot be hidden forever. That fellow is still ungrateful and betrayed us. We are not prepared for it. Wang Qing and Wang Nian are still young. They are trying to push us into a corner now. Once we fall into chaos, they will reap the benefits. Even if they don't take any action, they will still be able to suppress us with their strength. They know that we will be the ones to suffer if we fight them. That's why they are so daring. They are not worried at all. The great elder smiled bitterly and shook his head. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. The Yu family was about to fall into chaos. However, it happened at this moment. The two great families started to make things difficult for the Yu family at the same time. However, they had no idea what to do now. They were like ants on a hot pan. If they couldn't choose a reliable patriarch tomorrow, then they would be laughed at by the two great families. What if we can't choose someone who can support the family? Then our Yu family will be pushed aside by the two great families soon. Our position as the overlord of the Liao Bei region will be in danger. The inheritance of our ancestors has changed a few times. Not only did we fail to protect our territory, we have also lost our ancestors' face. The great elder sighed. Now, we can only let third brother temporarily take over the position of the patriarch. Although third brother hasn't broken through to the divine king realm, he is the most stable person. Although he is not as talented as Wang Qing and Wang Nian, he is better at handling matters. There is nothing to be picky about. He is the only choice now. That's the only way. I hope third brother will not disappoint us. The great elders sighed. They were helpless. If they couldn't choose a patriarch, they would be laughed at by the two great families. The next day, Dongbu Tianqi, Feng Luojiang, Wang Lingji and the four great elders gathered in the hall. At this moment, Most of the people of the Yu family were present. Even the injured Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan were present. I wonder if the Yu family has made a decision? The position of the family head cannot be an ordinary person. We are also concerned about the safety of the Yu family. Dongbu Tianqi said shamelessly, but no one refuted him. Everyone looked towards the great elder because this decision would definitely affect the future of the Yu family. The great elder calmly glanced at Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan, and said indifferently, I hereby announce that Yu Jingfan will be the temporary patriarch of the Yu family, assisted by us 4 elders. Dongbu Tianqi and Feng Luojiang were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the Yu family members were shocked. Yu Jingfan's body shook in disbelief. Everyone looked at him. What, me? Yu Jingfan was stunned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Great elder, are you joking? No. I object. Why should he be the family head? Yu Wangqing was the first to stand up and said, I also object. Yu Wangyan also looked at the great elder. Everyone looked at the great elder when such a situation occurred. It made everyone feel a little awkward. Bastard, there is no place for the 2 of you to talk. Get out of here. The great elder shouted in anger. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan's faces turned pale as they realized that the patriarchs of the Feng family and Dongbu family were present. Hee, great elder, it seems like the Yu family is really good. Wang Lingji said indifferently. Everyone in the Yu family had an ugly expression on their faces. I just want to know, why should he be the patriarch? I'm not convinced. Yu Wangqing stared at the great elder and said unwillingly, I don't need you to question my words. Men, drag him out. The great elder was very dignified. Yu Wangyan wanted to say something but he held it in because the situation was different. The patriarchs of the Dongbu family and the Feng family were here. Greet the patriarch. The great elder ordered. Everyone looked at Yu Jingfan under his lead. Yu Huafan, Yu Jingxian, Bai Yuma and the others looked at Yu Jingfan and said loudly, Greetings, patriarch. Yu Jingfan was stunned. He had never thought about taking the position of the patriarch. His eldest and second brother were heavily injured. It was impossible for him to be the patriarch. However, the great elder had already announced it and the other 3 great elders had also agreed to it. Ha! Great. Looks like we didn't come here in vain. To be able to see the patriarch of the Yu family, it's great. Dongbu Tianqi said with a laugh. His eyes were extremely domineering. A powerful aura shrouded Yu Jingfan. The aura of a peak mid-divine king made Yu Jingfan take half a step back subconsciously. His expression became extremely ugly. You're right. Brother Dongbu and I are very happy now that the patriarch of the Yu family has been chosen. Ha! Feng Luojiang's expression became solemn as he said in a domineering manner. A terrifying aura engulfed Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan was forced to take a step back once again. His face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Jingfan's aura became extremely weak under the pressure of 2 peak mid-divine kings. No one could withstand the pressure from 2 peak mid-divine kings. Wang Lingji smiled faintly as he joined in as well. He was a peak early divine king and was much stronger than Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan could no longer endure the pressure from the 3 of them. His legs trembled as if he would be forced to kneel down at any time. Patriarch Dongbu, Patriarch Feng, Wang Lingji, what's the meaning of this? Are you guys trying to start a war in my Yu family? The great elder's expression turned cold. He took a step forward and grabbed Yu Jingfan's shoulder. Under such a strong pressure, even the great elder could barely stabilize Yu Jingfan's body. It was a battle of aura. Unfortunately, Yu Jingfan was only a half-step divine king. How could he be a match for them? Great elder, you're wrong. Since the patriarch of the Yu family is worthy of being called the patriarch, how could we neglect him? The higher one's status, the greater the pressure on one's shoulders. Yu family head, am I right? Ha ha. Chapter 27:11. Dongbu Tianqi's expression changed. The 3 of them unleashed their terrifying pressure again. Even the great elder was pushed back. Yu Jingfan spurted out a mouthful of blood and almost knelt down. Jiang Chen grabbed Yu Jingfan and appeared behind him. At this moment, he resisted the pressure from the 3 of them and grabbed Yu Jingfan's hand to prevent him from kneeling down. If Yu Jingfan really kneeled down, then the Yu family's face would be completely lost. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, the patriarch of the Dongbu family is right. The pressure is the same as your identity. Everyone was shocked. Even Bai Yuma, who knew how powerful Jiang Chen was, couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen in a new light. That was the pressure of 2 peak mid-divine kings and 1 peak early divine king. Everyone could see that the two families were trying to intimidate the Yu family. However, even the Great Elder could not save the situation. Jiang Chen took a step forward and resisted the pressure of the three. Even the Great Elder, who was a mid-divine king, could not catch up to him. All the elders and the entire Yu family were shocked. This mister is really powerful, Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. Bai Yuma looked at her and nodded. Thank you, mister. Yu Jingfan wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Who are you? Dongbo Tianqi looked at Jiang Chen. He didn't show any sign of fear even though he was fighting against 3 of them. Moreover, he didn't even put the 3 of them in his eyes. This fellow was really strange. The most shocked one was Wang Lingji. He never expected that Jiang Chen would return to the Yu family after obtaining the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. This was the most incomprehensible thing. You, Wang Lingji pointed at Jiang Chen and said. His eyes widened and he could not say a word for a long time. He would never forget the shock he felt from Jiang Chen for the rest of his life. Jiang Chen was too strong. He was afraid that Jiang Chen wasn't any weaker than the 2 patriarchs of the Feng and Dongbo family. He didn't have any chance to fight back against Jiang Chen. Feng Luojiang frowned and looked at Wang Lingji. This person is not simple. Wang Lingji could only transmit her voice to Dongbo Tianqi and Feng Luojiang. Who I am is not important. Yu Jingfan is my friend. You are in the Yu family, but you are not afraid at all. You even dare to use your power to oppress him. This is too much. Jiang Chen said. Even though Jiang Chen did not take any action, he managed to block the 3's oppressive aura, saving the Yu family's face. The Yu family members were extremely grateful, especially Yu Jingfan. He was extremely excited. If he was really forced to kneel down by the 3 of them, then wouldn't the entire Yu family become a joke to others? The Yu family is so powerful. Ha! Even the patriarch of the Yu family has to be protected by an outsider? What a joke. The patriarch of the Yu family is so weak. Looks like the Yu family's downfall is not far away. Sigh. What a pity. The tiger of Liaobei in the past was so heroic. The Yu family's current state is really pitiful. Dongbo Tianqi sneered. His words made the entire Yu family furious. However, they were speechless because what Dongbo Tianqi said was the truth. Even so, it's not your turn to act wildly. The patriarch of the Yu family will not allow others to tell us what to do. The Great Elder said in a deep voice. We can't interfere with the internal affairs of the Yu family. We don't want to interfere either. It has nothing to do with us. However, we can't ignore the entire Liaobei region. I'm afraid that the Yu family has lost its position as the leader of the Liaobei region. If someone wants to cause trouble for our Liaobei region, who's going to take care of it? Your Yu family? Hehe. I think you'll be hiding faster than a weasel. Feng Luojiang sneered. We're not using our power to oppress others. One must have our strength to become the patriarch of the Yu family, right? If anyone can become the patriarch of the Yu family without any strength, won't our Liaobei region become the laughingstock of the world? Dongbo Tianqi's eyes became colder and colder. What do you guys want? Yu Jingfan said. As the new patriarch of the Yu family, even if he knew that he was no match for them, he could not sit still and wait for his death. Nothing much. We only have one thought. Is the Yu family still capable of ruling Liaobei region? If not, we'll have to reshuffle the Liaobei region. Feng Luojiang said. Yu Jingfan's expression slightly changed. Everyone in the Yu family had an ugly expression on their faces. The Feng family and Dongbo family's true intention was finally revealed. The fox's tail could no longer be hidden. In the end, you guys want to deal with our Yu family, divide our Yu family and kick us out of the Liaobei region, right? Yu Jingfan said coldly. We didn't say that. But I believe in one thing. Only those who are capable can rule. Since you're the patriarch of the Yu family, you must have the strength to fight against us. If you can win against me, I, Dongbo Tianqi, will leave the Yu family without hesitation. If you can't win against me, it means that the Yu family is at the end of its tether, unable to become the leader of the 3 great families. The 3 great families of Liaobei region will become the laughingstock of the world. Dongbo Tianqi kept pressing on, causing Yu Jingfan to fall into his trap. Dongbo Tianqi wanted the Yu family to submit to him so that it would be easier for him to deal with them. Although Yu Jingfan was furious, there was nothing he could do. He was not Dongbo Tianqi's match no matter how powerful he was. Dongbo Tianqi was a true Divine King expert, one step away from the late Divine King realm while he was just a half-step Divine King. Was there any suspense in this battle? However, what Dongbo Tianqi said was not wrong. As the patriarch of the Yu family, how could you lead the people without sufficient strength? How could you become the patriarch of the family? Dongbo Tianqi and Feng Luojiang's words were obvious. They wanted to reshuffle the Liaobei region. Your Yu family is no longer qualified to be the leader of the Liaobei region. In other words, it's time for you to hand over the dragon's vein. This was their true intention. If it wasn't for the dragon vein, who would come all the way to the Yu family? Aren't you guys going too far? Chapter 27:12. How is this making things difficult for us? Haha, as long as the Yu family withdraws from the three great families and hand over the dragon vein, we will not bother you anymore. Your Yu family is no longer suitable to protect the dragon vein. You have lost your past glory, yet you still want to live under the glory of the past. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Dongpo Tianqi said coldly. His words made everyone feel sad. Even Jiang Chen sighed. If Yu Huagan really fell, the glorious Yu family might never be able to recover anymore. Especially when they were being pressured by others, they had no choice but to say that the Dongpo family and the Feng family were taking advantage of the situation. From another perspective, even Jiang Chen would do the same. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Their choice was not wrong, their decision was not wrong. However, the Yu family situation was indeed full of internal and external troubles. It was indeed a test. That sentence of losing your past glory, yet you still want to live under the glory of the past, was indeed very painful. The great elder's face turned pale. He was speechless after hearing Dongpo Tianqi's words. Their Yu family used to be so glorious, yet now they were being pressured by the two great families. The difference was like heaven and earth. 100,000 years ago, the Yu family had more than 10 hierarch realm experts. They were a famous family in the entire Lone Dragon County. Their reputation was unparalleled. However, they gradually declined after so many years. Not to mention the Lone Dragon County, even in the Qilian boundary, how many people knew about the Yu family's past glory? The Yu family was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, getting worse day by day. This was the most realistic portrayal of the Yu family. I wonder if the patriarch of the Yu family has the guts to do so? If you can win against me or Brother Feng, we will not step into the Yu family anymore. However, if you don't have the capability, then we will have to reorganize the Liaobei region. We do not want the Yu family to cease to exist if someone else were to replace us in the future. Why don't we think about how to divide the territory now? Dongpo Tianqi smiled slightly. However, he had already taken the initiative. Today, the Yu family had fallen into such a sorry state. However, this was a world where the strong were respected. This was the iron rule that no one could change. To put it simply, if the Yu family had the ability to swallow our two families back then, you wouldn't have waited until today, right? Hehe. Feng Luojiang's words were simple, but it had caused the Yu family to lose their backbone. They were provoking the Yu family. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He didn't have the right to speak here, and he didn't want to get involved either. The Yu family's problems would naturally be solved by the Yu family themselves. He could help them for a while, but not forever. Yu Jingfan wanted to say something but was stopped by the Great Elder. The Great Elder knew that Yu Jingfan was overconfident and wanted to challenge the two patriarchs. In today's battle, I will replace the patriarch of the Yu family. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Don't forget that you guys are still in the Yu family. Even if our Yu family is defeated, you guys can still talk nonsense here. Our patriarch still needs to train. Today, I will replace the patriarch to fight. If you can win, our Yu family is willing to give up 20% of the dragon vein. If you lose, each of you will give up 10% to our Yu family. What do you think? The Great Elder looked at Dongpo Tianqi. This was the last thing he could do. It was the best way to protect the Yu family's dignity. If he lost, then everything would be wrong. Giving up 20% of the dragon vein could protect the Yu family for a while. It was worth it. If he won, then he would be able to obtain 20% of the dragon vein. Although, He didn't think that he would win. The great elder's words had shaken the entire Yu family. Even Dongpa Tianqi and Feng Luojiang did not expect the great elder to be so straightforward. It was unbelievable. However, even so, Dongpa Tianqi was moved by the offer. If a war were to break out and all the dragon veins of the Yu family were to be taken away, he would only get 10% of the dragon veins. Moreover, it would be a waste of manpower and money. His Dongba family would definitely suffer a great loss. However, if he could defeat the great elder, he would be able to get the 10% of the dragon veins. In Dongpa Tianqi's heart, he was definitely stronger than the great elder. Therefore, he was full of confidence. As for losing, how could he possibly lose? After weighing the pros and cons, Dongpa Tianqi immediately became clear-headed. This deal was much better than fighting. The great elder of the Yu family was right. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. If they were to fight to the death, even with the help of the Feng family, the two great families wouldn't be able to annihilate the Yu family with just a few words. Moreover, the number of casualties would be unimaginable. Feng Luojiang felt the same. It didn't seem to be a good deal. But after thinking about it, even if they managed to defeat the Yu family, there would still be a lot of trouble. But if they were to fight today, the winner would be able to get 10% of the dragon vein. Why not? Feng Luojiang didn't put the great elder in his eyes at all. He was determined to win this battle as well. The most miserable person was none other than Wang Lingji. The words of the great elder had already provoked him. Regardless of the great elder's success or failure, the contribution he had made would no longer be the slightest bit meaningful. The things he had previously discussed with the two great clans would all become bubbles. But at this moment, what else could he say? But, I don't agree with the great elder's suggestion. Our Feng family's dragon vein does not need outsiders to interfere. As the representative, you and Brother Dongpa will fight against each other. Let's bet a little bigger this time. 10% of the dragon vein. The winner will be decided by both of us. What do you think? Dongpa Tianqi's eyes brightened up after hearing Feng Luojiang's words. Feng Luojiang's words were reasonable. Moreover, they would be able to defeat the great elder in a one-on-one battle. Their chances of winning would be higher. Although the battle seemed fair, the scale of victory was falling towards the two great families. Wang Lingji was the most depressed one. He had spent a lot of effort and even the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was snatched away. But in the end, it was all for naught. The two patriarchs of the two great families were the ones with real power. They didn't care about him at all. Patriarchs, please don't burn the bridge after crossing it. Wang Lingji transmitted his voice. Chapter 27:13. Wang Lingji had pushed himself to a dead end from the very beginning. There was no room for retreat. However, the two great clans were different. They still had a lot of bargaining chips. After all, in the eyes of the three great clans, he was just a commander without an army. He did not have much deterrence. Wang Lingji's face was ashen. He had already expected this to happen, but he didn't expect these two guys to be so heartless. If it wasn't for him, how could they have such a big chance to kill their way into Baiyu City? If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have had the chance to fight against the Yu family. At least half of it was his contribution. However, in the eyes of the three great families, he was worthless now. Wang Lingji regretted his actions. It was all because he was not strong enough. If he was as strong as Dongpa Tianqi, perhaps the two of them would not have spoken like this. Unfortunately, he was not. It was the same for the Yu family. If they had a late divine king, they would not dare to act so aggressively in the Yu family even if they had the guts of a bear or a leopard. All right. It's a deal. The great elder said while gritting his teeth. Although he knew it was a trap, he had no other choice. Bai Yuma and the others were excited, but none of them could represent the Yu family to make a response. Strength was everything. Even if Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan were here, the result would not change. Great elder. Yu Jingfan was extremely excited. However, he kept praying. Father, please recover quickly. Without you, the Yu family will most likely collapse with a loud bang. 3 days ago, Jiang Chen did not allow anyone to disturb Yu Huagan. However, 3 days had passed and there was still no news from their father. Great elder is straightforward. I like it. Let's go to the martial arts field. Dongpa Tianqi took a step forward and said, All right. The great elder took the lead and rushed to the front. His expression was extremely solemn. All the members of the Yu family were extremely anxious. At this moment, the Great Elder's battle was related to the fate of the entire Yu family. What did 20% of the dragon vein mean? To the Yu family, it meant half of the family's property. However, they had no other choice. The Great Elder was the strongest and the most qualified person to participate in this battle. Great Elder, everything depends on you. Great Elder, please don't disappoint us. Even if we win every time, our Yu family won't lose anything. Everyone was waiting anxiously. The Great Elder was the most powerful person in the entire Yu family. If even he could not turn the situation around, then the Yu family's downfall was only a matter of time. Feng Luojiang and Dong Tianqi were confident in themselves while the Great Elder was fighting with his life on the line. The difference between the two of them was like night and day. Mister, what do you think the Great Elder's chances of winning are? Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a low voice. She was extremely anxious. There's no chance of winning, Jiang Chen said mercilessly. Yu Jingxian and Bai Yuma's facial expression changed. Even Jiang Chen had said so. They were afraid that the Great Elder would not have much confidence. Then what should we do? Bai Yuma said in a deep voice. Let's wait and see, Jiang Chen said. At this moment, Dong Tianqi and Feng Luojiang had finished their discussion. Dong Tianqi was very confident and was the first to fight. Feng Luojiang would be the second to fight. Great Elder, I will not show any mercy in order to get 10% of the dragon vein. Hee. I never expected the Yu family to be so generous. I really admire them, Dong Tianqi said with a smile. The people of the Yu family cursed in their hearts. This fella is obviously trying to take advantage of the situation and force the Yu family into a desperate situation. However, he still said such sarcastic words in the end. They would not have used such a method to fight Dong Tianqi if they were not forced to do so. Then, Patriarch Dongbua, please don't show any mercy. I will not let the Yu family down even if I have to die in this battle, the Great Elder said faintly. However, he was extremely stubborn. Although he knew that he was not a match for Dong Tianqi, he still wanted to regain some face for the Yu family. The Great Elder was even prepared to fight with his life on the line. Good. Courageous. I admire you. Great Elder, fists and kicks have no eyes. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. As he said that, Dong Tianqi took a step forward, breaking through the 10 zhang tall rocky ground of the martial field. The wind whistled and the thunder was approaching. Dong Tianqi's aura was like a rainbow, suppressing his opponent. The Great Elder was not to be outdone either. The two of them were having a great time fighting each other. It was a soul-stirring scene. Any slight mistake would put one's life in danger. At this moment, the Great Elder was betting his life on the line. He had no desire in this life and death battle. Compared to Dong Tianqi, he was more decisive. On the other hand, Dong Tianqi would not do that. He still had a big family business. He would not risk his life to fight against the dying Great Elder. However, there was nothing he could do to suppress the Great Elder's aura. The Great Elder was in a disadvantageous position. Even though he was risking his life to fight, he was still unable to keep up. Dong Tianqi's palm strikes had forced the Great Elder to retreat. Dong Tianqi's aura was like a dragon. He did not show any signs of losing even when he was fighting with the Great Elder. The Great Elder's strength was at the mid-divine king realm. However, there was a huge gap between him and Dong Tianqi. Dong Tianqi was the patriarch of the family. His strength was undeniable. Moreover, he was only one step away from the late divine king realm. Naturally, the Great Elder could not be compared with him. Dong Tianqi had perfectly demonstrated the saying, a slight mistake would lead to a great error. The gap between the two of them was magnified by Dong Tianqi. The Great Elder had no chance to fight back. He could only take a few steps back in the end. He won't be able to hold on for long. Jiang Chen shook his head. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, his words came true. The Great Elder couldn't do anything to Dong Tianqi no matter how hard he tried. However, his attack was perfectly countered by Dong Tianqi. Next, he would have to face Dong Tianqi's torrential pressure. Have a taste of my fist. Dong Tianqi's power was unparalleled and unstoppable. However, at this moment, the Great Elder's expression changed drastically. Dong Tianqi's attacks were like a storm. Not a single drop of water could be seen. Dongwu Tianqi's body was covered in cuts and bruises. He was struck 13 times in a row and was sent flying backwards. His expression was ugly and pale. "Do you still want to fight?" Dongwu Tianqi sneered. "I will not admit defeat until I die. This is the dignity of my Yu family." Chapter 27:14. Puff! The great elder spurted out a mouthful of blood as he tried to escape, but Dongwu Tianqi was still chasing after him. "If that's the case, then I shall accompany you till the end." Dongwu Tianqi harumphed coldly. "This old bastard is courting death. It's not like I'm merciless." Dongwu Tianqi continued to chase after him while the great elder retreated. His face was pale and his injuries were getting worse. Even so, he refused to admit defeat. "The great elder will be killed by Dongwu Tianqi if this continues." Yu Jingxian frowned. But at this moment, who could help? This mysterious mister? He crossed his arms and stood on the mountain, watching the tigers fight. It was obvious that he was not going to help. "Reckless old bastard, since you're courting death, I shall grant you a quick death." Dongwu Tianqi roared and struck towards the great elder like a thunderbolt. At this moment, a white figure pierced through the sky at an astonishing speed. The white light flashed and a powerful aura was unleashed, clashing against Dongwu Tianqi's attack. One punch and one palm, thunderbolts and dust flew everywhere. In the next second, Dongwu Tianqi was sent flying like a broken kite. "Who is it? Who dares to sneak attack me?" Dongwu Tianqi roared. When the dust settled, the white-robed man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was calm and composed. Between his eyebrows, there was a heroic aura. His sharp eyes flickered, giving people a feeling of sharpness like the edge of a sword. "Patriarch? Yu Huagon. Father." Everyone stared at the powerful white-clothed figure. At the next moment, Dongwu Tianqi's throat tightened. Being stared at by Yu Huagon felt like there were 10,000 sharp swords hanging above his head. Rui Tianqi felt like he was sitting on a bed of needles. His body was cold and his back was drenched in sweat. "It's really Yu Huagon. Didn't that bastard Wang Lingji say that Yu Huagon is a living dead? It won't take long for him to die. Why would he appear now?" Dongwu Tianqi had mixed feelings. He could feel that the current Yu Huagon was much stronger than before. He had broken through to the late Divine King realm. It was impossible for Dongwu Tianqi to feel so pressured if Yu Huagon was not a late Divine King. "It really is father." Yu Jingfan's eyes were filled with tears. Every member of the Yu family was filled with excitement. Even Bai Yuma and the others who knew that their father had come back to life could not hide their excitement. In the Yu family, Yu Huagon was their backbone. When their backbone fell, they realized how difficult it was to be in charge of a big family. At this moment, Yu Jingfan finally understood the helplessness in his heart. He felt defeated and disappointed. When the clan needed him, he could only hide in the back, unable to do anything. His father's backbone once again supported the entire family. The Yu family also began to cheer for him. Although Jiang Chen said that their father would recover, it had been a long time. It was already a fantasy for their father to come back to life. It would be a legend if he could recover to his peak. However, Jiang Chen did it. Their father did not disappoint them. At this moment, he was like a savior. The Yu family that used to be bullied and bullied by others would never have such a thing again. The entire Yu family was in an uproar. The great elder looked at the majestic figure that stood in front of him. His eyes were filled with shock. However, they were finally relieved. With Yu Huagon's help, the entire Yu family would be at peace. At least, no one would dare to provoke them anymore. How could this be? Wang Lingji and Feng Luojiang looked at each other. The latter could not help but curse Wang Lingji in his heart. Didn't this bastard say that Yu Huagon was going to die soon? How could he become so powerful all of a sudden? His strength was even stronger than before. He had already reached the late Divine King realm. Even if he and Dongwu Tianqi joined hands, they would still be defeated. Dongwu Tianqi, looks like your Dongwu family is getting more and more arrogant. How dare you challenge my Baiyu city? Yu Huagon looked at Dongwu Tianqi coldly. Dongwu Tianqi smiled bitterly and said, "It's all a misunderstanding. Brother Yu, we came to visit you. We did not expect things to turn out like this. We're ashamed. It's all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? What about the great elder of our Yu family being beaten up like this? Dongwu Tianqi, Looks like Yu Huagan, have been away from the world for a long time. You guys have forgotten about me. Yu Huagan harumphed. I'll definitely prepare a generous gift for you. I'll pay you a visit in the future. It's all my fault. Brother Yu, please don't blame me. Please don't blame me. Hee. Dongbo Tianqi laughed dryly. He was not as strong as Yu Huagan. If he had a life-and-death battle with Yu Huagan, he would definitely die. He would not be afraid if Yu Huagan was dead. However, not only was Yu Huagan not dead, his strength had also increased. Dongbo Tianqi's farce was akin to smashing his own feet with a rock. This Wang Lingji was truly a troublemaker. Even Feng Luojiang was worried for himself. Fortunately, Dongbo Tianqi volunteered. Otherwise, Feng Luojiang would be in the same situation as Dongbo Tianqi. You can come at me, Yu Huagan, if there's anything you're unhappy about. If I frown, I'll have lived for 1,000 years in vain. Yu Huagan said in a domineering manner. Leng Ling said. It's all a misunderstanding. Hee. Brother Yu, you've made a breakthrough, right? It's a cause for celebration. Feng Luojiang said with a smile. He was like a different person now. At this moment, it became a compliment. Yu Huagan's strength was enough to crush the both of them. Feng Luojiang and Dongbo Tianqi couldn't compete with Yu Huagan. It was an undeniable fact. Yu Huagan might advance further if they didn't know what's good for them. By then, they would be the ones who would be embarrassed. Yu Huagan would be able to turn the situation around in a family war. Even if the both of them joined hands, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Humph, nonsense. I'll not talk about it anymore. You guys are on your own now. Yu Huagan's arrogance was proportional to his strength. If a heavenly god realm fellow were to say this, wouldn't he be a laughingstock? In the end, the strongest would be respected. This was the first rule. Of course. Hee. Dongbo Tianqi nodded and said. He had lost his arrogance. Chapter 27:15. Brother Yu's strength is amazing. I'm so envious of you. Wang Lingji had never thought that he could come back to life, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. It was unbelievable. However, Yu Huagan was standing right in front of them. Wang Lingji, I don't blame you for not saving me. However, you almost caused our Yu family to fall into a hopeless situation. Tell me, how should we settle this debt? Yu Huagan shouted with a deep voice that was like a thunderclap, and it terrified Wang Lingji to the point of repeatedly taking a few steps back while feeling terrified. It's all a misunderstanding. Hee. Brother Yu, it's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Why don't I think it's a misunderstanding? Yu Huagan sneered. Although it was not the right time for him to fall out with Dongbo Tianqi and Feng Luojiang, he did not put Wang Lingji in his eyes. At this moment, he was not afraid of Wang Lingji at all. In order to make Dongbo Tianqi and Feng Luojiang submit to him, he must establish his prestige. Wang Lingji was the best tool for that. Brother Dongpo, Brother Feng, you two should say something. Wang Lingji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only ask for help from the two patriarchs. However, Dongbo Tianqi and Feng Luojiang could not even protect themselves. How could they help him? Dongbo Tianqi could not wait for this fence-sitter to die. If it wasn't for him, the Dongpo family would not have fallen into a hopeless situation. I can only kill you to vent my anger. No, don't. Brother Yu, please don't. It's all my fault. Please spare my life. Wang Lingji knelt down with a thump, but Yu Huagan remained unfazed. He took a step forward and his figure moved like lightning. A white hurricane swept across the martial arts field. Before Wang Lingji could react, Yu Huagan had already struck her on the top of her head, causing her to fall down. An early divine king did not even have the strength to fight back against Yu Huagan. He was killed in one strike. Dongbo Tianqi and Feng Luojiang took a deep breath. They knew that Yu Huagan was showing off to them. No one felt sorry for Wang Lingji's death, and even more so, no one felt sorry for him. That was because a pitiful person was bound to have something hateful about him. He was not worthy of sympathy. He had calculated everything, but he could not have foreseen that he would die such a tragic death. At this moment, everyone was incomparably excited. Yu Huagan walked towards Jiang Chen and bowed deeply. Except for Bai Yuma and the others, everyone was puzzled. What's going on? Even Dongbo Tianqi and Feng Luojiang were shocked. With Yu Huagan's identity, why would he bow to a half-step divine king? Wasn't this too ridiculous? What did he have to do that? It's all thanks to you that Yu Huagan was able to return to the Yu clan and escape from death. Please don't decline my bow. If you need me to do anything in the future, I, Yu Huagan, will not hesitate even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of flames. I am unable to repay Sir's great kindness. Yu Huagan's words made everyone understand that Jiang Chen was his savior. Not only did he save him, he also saved the entire Yu family. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Patriarch of the Yu family, there's no need for that. Yu family head, there's no need to be like this. I've already said that everything is fate. Bai Yuma looked at Jiang Chen and felt extremely proud. She was the one who brought all of this to the Yu clan. Even her dead heart was stirred. Jiang Chen had done so much for her. It was impossible for her not to be touched. She thought that she would have nothing to worry about after her husband died. But Jiang Chen's heroic bearing, invincible presence, and his ability to devise strategies that could win a battle from 1,000 miles away had deeply moved her. However, Bai Yuma knew that she and this mysterious mister had too many ties in the secular world. It was impossible for them to be together. Although she thought that she was as beautiful as her sister, she was still someone's wife. How could she be qualified to be with Jiang Chen? Which young lady did not want to be with him? It was a pity that they were not fated to be together. Bai Yuma looked at her younger sister. She and her teacher were a perfect couple. However, her teacher had no interest in relationships. Even when he was facing her and her younger sister, he was not moved at all. Her younger sister had already given up on him. Sir, have you finished your business in Baiyu City? Bai Yuma asked. Yes, I have. Bai Yuma couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after hearing Jiang Chen's words. It meant that Jiang Chen was going to leave. Liao Bei was just a small place. How could it possibly trap a true dragon like him who soared above the 9 heavens? If that's the case, we shall not disturb you anymore. Brother Yu, let's talk another day. Dong Patianchi said with a smile. Goodbye. Yu Huagan said faintly. Dong Patianchi and Feng Luojiang had already decided to leave. There was no need for them to stay here anymore. Plus, it was time for him to take care of the family's matters. Otherwise, the Yu family would fall one day. It was an important time for him to take control of the family again. However, he had already made up his mind. This time, he would sit at the top and let Yu Jingfan take over the position of the patriarch. Farewell, Brother Yu, Great Elder. I'll definitely prepare a generous gift and pay you a visit to apologize. As soon as Dong Patianchi finished his words, a red light shot up to the sky, piercing through the clouds. An eerie aura caused everyone's hair to stand. That's Dragon Gate Ridge. It's the Dragon Gate Ridge. Many of our miners died in the mine. I'm afraid that there's something ominous in the mine. Yu Jingfan said. Dragon Gate Ridge? What's going on? Yu Huagan frowned. The same thing happened in our mine as well. Could it be that there's something strange happening in the Dragon Gate Ridge? Dong Patianchi said. He thought that only his family's mine had such an incident. Never did he expect that the same thing would happen in the Yu family as well. A demonic beast that looked like a wolf and a tiger. I don't know what it was, but I killed it forcefully. Dong Patianchi said. Feng Luojiang nodded silently. Looks like something unusual has happened in the dragon vein. We've met those fellas. Yu Huagan's expression became solemn. Looks like something really happened in the dragon vein. Maybe there's something strange under the dragon vein. Jiang Chen said. I've seen the terrifying demonic beasts in the mine. There's more than 3 to 5 of them. There's a lot of them. Jiang Chen's words made the 3 patriarchs look at each other. Mister, why don't we go and check it out together? Yu Huagan looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Although Jiang Chen was a half-step divine king, his strength should be much stronger than that. All right. Chapter 27:16. Yu Jingxian, Bai Yuma and the others became nervous when they saw Jiang Chen and the others flying away in a stream of light. Third brother, fourth brother, bring Jing Fan and the others to help the patriarch. Do not fail. The great elder looked at the third elder and the others and said. Bai Yuma and Yu Jingxian looked at each other. Both of them did not want to be outdone. After all, one more person meant one more force. The situation at Dragon Gate Ridge was not as simple as it seemed. If it wasn't for Mr. I would have been dead. Yu Jingfan, as a member of the Yu family, must not lose face. Yu Jingfan said in his heart and went to the Dragon Gate Ridge with the two elders, Yu Jingxian and Bai Yuma. Not long after, Jiang Chen, Yu Huagan and the others arrived at the Dragon Gate Ridge. There was no one in the Dragon Gate Ridge at the moment. There was only a guard. Patriarch, is it really you? A white-bearded old man said excitedly. Uncle Fu, what's happening in the Dragon Gate Ridge? I don't know. Every night, there would be noises coming from the mine. The rest of the miners have returned to the Yu family, and I was assigned to guard this place. If it wasn't for the fact that his time was up, he wouldn't have dared to stay here. Now that he didn't have much time left, he volunteered to look after the Dragon Gate Ridge. Every night, there's a commotion? Dongbua Tianqi frowned. This was indeed strange, causing everyone to ponder. Most importantly, they did not know what was in the mine. The unknown was always the scariest because no one could tell what it was. Did you see the red light from before? Feng Luojiang asked. Uncle Fu nodded and continued. The red light came from the mine. I couldn't see what it was. It was too dazzling. Patriarch, could it be that there's some kind of ominous object beneath this mine? All right, there's nothing for you to do here. Uncle Fu, even if you're at the end of your lifespan, you shouldn't be assigned to guard this place. Our Yu family will not mistreat you. Yu Huagan said. Thank you, Patriarch. Although Uncle Fu didn't care about life and death, the words of the family head had touched his heart. Let's go. Only by entering the mine will we be able to unravel this mystery. Feng Luojiang whispered. No matter what is in the mine, we must find it. The dragon vein cannot be messed up, nor can it be coveted by evil people. Dongbua Tianqi said in a deep voice. The dragon veins of the three great families were closely connected. Although they were not in the same part of the Dragon Gate Ridge, they were still of the same lineage. Now that the mines of the three great families had such incidents happening one after another, it had a great impact on them. Each family had lost hundreds of people in the mines. Everyone was panicking. Who would dare to step into the mines in the future if they could not find the cause? There's no time to lose. Only by entering will we be able to get to the bottom of this. Yu Huagan looked at Jiang Chen and said. Jiang Chen remained silent. However, the three of them did not treat him as a half-step divine king. After all, the four divine kings were at least peak mid-divine king realm except for Jiang Chen. They might not even run away from a half-step venerable expert. There were many divine bright stones in the mine. These stones were cheap in the divine world and they could emit blazing heat and light in the dark. It was a necessity in the mine. There was a terrifying amount of divine origin qi in the mine that was hundreds of thousands of meters deep. There were some stones with dense divine origin qi scattered around the mine. However, they could only reach the level of low-grade divine origin stone at most. There were only a few mid-grade divine origin stones and high-grade divine origin stones were even rarer. As for supreme-grade divine origin stones, Jiang Chen had yet to see a single one. This divine origin stone mine was rather large. It stretched for millions of miles, and its depth was even more shocking. Even the few big clans had only dug this divine origin stone mine for over 100,000 years. Who knew how many divine origin stone mines were still waiting to be mined underground? However, this divine origin stone mine was not an inexhaustible mine, because many divine origin stones needed to be divided and polished after being mined. Most of the low-grade divine origin stones were used as currency in the divine world, while the high-grade divine origin stones were used for cultivation. The true supreme-grade divine origin stones were extremely hot even for divine king realm experts. The amount of supreme-grade divine origin stones mined every year was rather limited. Normally, the divine origin stone mine was within 100 li. It was a divine vein. Only when it reached 10,000 li would it be called a dragon vein. The dragon vein that the three great families of Liao Bei controlled was more than 10,000 li. It was a true giant dragon's vein. Look, there's a black hole over there. Feng Luojiang said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen and the other two looked at the direction he was pointing at. There was indeed a 1 zhong-wide black hole that extended downwards without any light spot. The divine bright stone had also reached its peak. There was no longer any divine origin stone or vein that could be mined anymore. There must be something strange in this black hole. Dongbua Tianqi said quietly. Let's take a piece of divine bright stone each and check it out. Yu Huagan said as he stared at the black hole at the end of the mine. Apart from the black hole, there was no other way to go within 1,000 meters of the mine. In other words, the mine had reached its end. Jiang Chen looked at the black hole. 3 pairs of blue light spots suddenly became brighter. His heart sank. Be careful! Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. Yu Huagan and the other 2 dodged the attack of the 3 tiger-shaped demonic beasts. Their roars reverberated through the mine, extremely ear-piercing. The 3 of them looked at the 3 tiger-shaped demonic beasts with a serious expression. Jiang Chen had some understanding of these fellows, because the one he had killed before was this one. I remember now. 100 years ago, I saw this tiger-shaped beast. However, it was even stronger than this one. I fought it and lost in the end. After that, I was in a coma for hundreds of years. It was this damn thing. Chapter 27:17. Yu Huagan and Jiang Chen recognized it. Dongpa Tianqi and Feng Luojiang dared not underestimate it. Now, they knew why Yu Huagan was silent. It turned out that he had encountered this tiger-shaped demonic beast a few hundred years ago. These 3 fellas shouldn't be too strong. Let's get rid of them quickly. Yu Huagan took the lead while Dongpa Tianqi and the rest followed. Since Yu Huagan was experienced, he knew a lot about the tiger-shaped demonic beast. They did not know what kind of monster this tiger-shaped demonic beast was. The 3 tiger-shaped demonic beasts launched their attacks as soon as they saw them. They did not hesitate at all, striking out with lightning speed as soon as they saw them. The 3 tiger-shaped demonic beasts were ready to risk their lives in an instant. Even ordinary divine kings would have to avoid their terrifying attacks. The 3 beasts' aura was powerful, as if they were enraged and jealous of humans. There was only killing intent in their eyes. Their blue light made people's hearts palpitate. Its skinny body was like a bag of bones, but it was as tough as steel. It attacked crazily without any regard for its life. It brought great pressure to Yu Huagan and the other 2. However, the 3 of them were quite powerful after all. This kind of demonic beast that had not even reached the Divine King Realm or half-step Divine King Realm was killed by the 3 of them in the end. Do any of you know these beasts? Jiang Chen said. Dongpa Tianqi and the others shook their heads. This thing, could it be a beast from the Ice Emperor's wolf clan? Yu Huagan said with a frown. He was still fearful of the 3 beasts that attacked without caring about their lives. He had been tricked before, he had to be more cautious. Ice Emperor's wolf clan? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, this fellow was just as he had imagined. When he questioned the beast that planted the soul-leaving curse in Yu Huagan's mind, it mentioned the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. Really? That's just a legend. Dongpa Tianqi and Feng Luojiang's lips twitched. They did not believe Yu Huagan. What legend? Jiang Chen continued to ask with a frown. The Ice Emperor's wolf clan is a legend of the Liao Bei region, but no one knows how old it is. Since it was a legend, there must be a basis for it. It was said that the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was an ancient ferocious beast that used to be the royal clan of the Liao Bei region. They were the strongest clan in the entire Lone Dragon County. In the end, they were punished by the heavens and disappeared in the Liao Bei region. Our Yu family's ancient books only have some records, but it's not clear. It only mentioned that the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was the ruler of the entire Liao Bei region, but in the end, all of them perished in a calamity of the heavens and earth. I've asked many people, but no one knows of the existence of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. It was obvious that Yu Huagan was only guessing. If he couldn't confirm it, he wouldn't say anything. I've only read about it in my family's ancient records. However, the Yu family has been in Liao Bei for a long time. Even they don't know about it. I guess this Ice Emperor's wolf clan doesn't exist. Even if it did exist, how could it not be known? Plus, there's no trace of them for hundreds of thousands of years. How could they appear in this mine? Dongpa Tianqi was puzzled, but he didn't seem to believe it. This tiger-like beast looked like a tiger but not a tiger, like a wolf but not a wolf. There was no way to describe it. In fact, if we look at the black hole, there are no traces of mining here. In other words, this black hole was not artificially excavated. No matter if it's the Ice Emperor's wolf clan or not, we have to go down and find out. Jiang Chen held the divine bright stone in his hand and illuminated the cave entrance. He touched it and said in a low voice, "All right, I'll lead the way." Yu Huagan said in a deep voice. This was the mine of the Yu family. As the master of the Yu family, he naturally had to take the lead when such a strange thing happened. Yu Huagan held the divine bright stone and rushed to the front, stepping into the black hole. The inside of the black hole was indeed simple, without any rules. Yu Huagan also noticed that the black hole was very spacious. There were no traces of human activity. This meant that Jiang Chen's guess was correct. Their miners did not enter the black hole at all. It's amazing, Dongwu Tianqi said in a low voice. He was extremely shocked. Although it was not the work of the gods, it was still quite difficult to create such a long black hole in the underground dragon vein. Most importantly, the black hole was thousands of meters underground. There were many forks in the black hole. No one knew where it led to. These tiger-like beasts had once again changed his view of demonic beasts. Everyone held a divine bright stone in their hands, illuminating their surroundings. Everything within a 30-meter radius was illuminated. Mister, there are so many forks, where should we go? Yu Huagan looked at Jiang Chen. In his heart, he respected Jiang Chen a lot. This place is very strange. There seems to be a strong divine origin aura around, but the traces are slowly disappearing. Jiang Chen said. What does that mean? Feng Luojiang looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Although he did not know who this person was, he did not dare to act rashly after seeing Yu Huagan's respect towards him. After all, Jiang Chen had used his own strength to withstand the combined pressure of the three of them. Although they did not attack, ordinary divine kings would be crushed by them if they were not strong enough. At that moment, even the mid-divine king Great Elder's expression turned ugly as he was pushed back. There used to be countless supreme-grade divine origin stones here, but they've all been dug out, Jiang Chen said. At this moment, Yu Huagan and the other two sensed that something was amiss. There's indeed a strong divine origin aura, but it seems to have been emptied. The remaining divine origin aura is not something that an ordinary high-grade divine origin stone could possess. Dongwu Tianqi nodded and said. Jiang Chen's observation was very shocking. That meant that there were countless of paths ahead. This place used to be filled with supreme-grade divine origin stones, but they've all been emptied. Even Yu Huagan couldn't help inhaling a mouthful of cold air. He knew that even he couldn't excavate so many divine origin stones underground. We can only take one step at a time. Jiang Chen continued to move forward. There were even some transparent crystals in the extended path. However, they were not real divine origin stones, they were just ordinary crystals. There were more than 10 paths ahead. No one knew what to do next, they could only try their best to cross the river. Even Yu Huagan did not dare to let his guard down. He was almost killed by that tiger-shaped demonic beast. Today he must be extra careful. As for the legend of the Wolf Clan, he did not put it in his heart. Look, there's a blue light ahead. Chapter 27:18. A passageway with blue dots of light attracted their attention. The four of them quickly followed the dots of light and entered the passageway that was more than 10 feet wide. There were claw scars all over the rock walls. It appeared as though some demonic beast had dug out these caves. Moreover, that seemingly non-existent rich divine yuan qi continued to permeate the surrounding rock walls. If that's the case, I wonder how many supreme-grade divine origin stones we have lost. Sigh. Every year, the number of divine origin stones that we dig out from our mines isn't much, but this place has been dug into caves. It's truly a reckless waste of God's gifts. Feng Luojiang said and sighed in his heart. If he could dig out so many supreme-grade divine origin stones, he would have the chance to break through to the half-step hierarch realm. Jiang Chen and the others carefully moved forward in the cave. After walking for about half an hour, the four of them followed the light spots all the way. Only the light spots were left in their eyes, while Jiang Chen's eyes and ears were all around him. Suddenly, the fire Qilin's deep voice reverberated in Jiang Chen's mind. I feel a very dangerous aura. You must be careful, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen became more cautious after the fire Qilin finished his words. Even the fire Qilin could feel the dangerous aura. Then, the underground cave in the mine must be even more terrifying. There's nothing. Why is it getting quieter after walking for so long? That blue light spot seems to be getting stronger and weaker. Dongwu Tianqi shook his head and said. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly focused. There were many transparent crystal stones on both sides of the tunnel. There were many tiger-shaped demonic beasts among the crystal stones. They were all unusually huge. Some were 3 to 5 feet tall. Some were 1 to 2 meters tall. However, all of them had their eyes closed. There are tiger-shaped demonic beasts among these crystal stones, Jiang Chen said. Where are they? Yu Huagan asked and followed Jiang Chen's gaze. There were many tiger-shaped demonic beasts on the crystal stone wall. I'm afraid these demonic beasts have already become fossils. God knows how many tens of thousands of years have passed. Feng Luojiang was slightly shocked and said in astonishment. However, he was not too afraid. After all, these beasts were sealed in the stone wall without any signs of life. They had already become fossils. That's right. Seems like the dragon vein is truly a spectacular sight. Yu Huagan sighed. On the crystal stone wall, there was a tiger-shaped demonic beast every 3 to 5 meters. However, Jiang Chen didn't think so. He felt that although these beasts had their eyes closed and were imprisoned in the crystal walls, it seemed like they could explode at any time. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't sense any chi of life from them, even Jiang Chen would have thought that these tiger-like beasts were real. They were so lifelike and shocking. Although he didn't know how long they had been trapped in this place, he was sure that they had been trapped here for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Jiang Chen and the others had already walked a few thousand meters underground, but they still didn't find anything. However, they arrived at an underground square with a circumference of 1,000 meters. White skeletons were scattered all over the square. Although they couldn't tell if these were the skeletons of a tiger-type demonic beast, it still gave them a gloomy feeling. Jiang Chen and the others didn't know what was going on. It's a formation? Jiang Chen suddenly saw a formation in the shape of the 8 trigrams in the middle of the square. In the middle of the formation, there was a 10-meter-tall 8 trigrams platform, which made people even more confused. Although he was not sure what kind of formation it was, Jiang Chen could faintly feel the rhythm of the formation. On the altar, there were 16 big flags that were already broken. However, Jiang Chen was very familiar with them, because they were the 16 divine burying flags. Such a grand formation. Jiang Chen was shocked. He had once obtained a divine burying flag, but its mightiness couldn't be compared to this. 16 divine burying flags, how violent, how domineering, how arrogant was it to look down upon the past and present. The divine burying flag wasn't a unified name. This was because these flags were used to command flags in ancient altars. Only after 10,000 years of gathering souls could they become divine burying flags. The divine burying flag was just a collective name. Although these 16 divine burying flags were extremely tattered, they weren't any weaker than the divine burying flag in his hands. In the middle of the platform, the 5 elements interweaved. The 6 directions were supreme, the 8 trigrams were distributed, the 10 heavenly stems, and the 12 earthly branches. Even Jiang Chen could not compare to this formation. He knew nothing about this formation. He only knew that this formation was extremely ominous. There was no sign of life under the ground. It was most likely due to the existence of this formation. Although tens of thousands of years had passed, the foundation of this formation was still there. The 16 divine burying flags did not require spiritual chi to protect the formation. To be able to use the 16 divine burying flags as the foundation of the formation must not be easy to deal with. The formation here must be closely related to the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. Jiang Chen could not guess what kind of existence was in the underground dragon vein. Although the flags were no longer there, the remaining force could still repel 3,000 enemies. This was the terror of the divine burying flags. Mister, why do you say so? Yu Huagan looked at Jiang Chen and asked softly. It's just 16 broken flags. Humph. Even if it's a formation, it's already broken. It's been tens of thousands of years. Apart from Emperor Realm experts, who could last forever? Feng Luojiang said in disdain. He did not put the 16 divine burying flags in his eyes. Jiang Chen did not say anything. He knew that the 16 divine burying flags were enough to stir up the universe. There might be a huge formation here, an unimaginable existence. The fire Qilan's warning made Jiang Chen feel pressured and breathless. Feng Luojiang sneered. He's just a half-step divine king after all. He's incomparable to us divine kings. No matter how powerful he is, he's still scared to the point that he doesn't even dare to breathe under the ground. However, Jiang Chen was not a coward. Even though he knew about the existence of the 16 divine burying flags, he would not retreat just like that. The supreme-grade divine origin stone mine here was unimaginably rich. There must be a great opportunity in this mine. Jiang Chen's curiosity drove him to unravel the secret behind the underground dragon vein. Spirit Gathering Formation. Jiang Chen activated the formation, trying to construct the fate and spiritual qi of the underground dragon vein in his heart. However, he failed. Jiang Chen's heart grew heavy once more. There's not a single bit of spiritual qi here. Chapter 27:19. It's a heaven and earth dragon vein, but it's so dangerous. It's really unbelievable. So what if there's no spiritual energy? Haha, do we still need to worry about this with our strength? Feng Luojiang said with a smile. You don't understand. Jiang Chen sighed. It's really tiring to play the lute to a cow. In other words, the divine origin energy we consume will cause our strength to drop and we won't be able to be self-sufficient. A well has turned into a bucket of water? Dongpa Tianqi's expression changed as he said. Jiang Chen did not speak and nodded silently. He could not understand why a dragon vein in a place of great fortune would turn into a land of death. Their current situation was also extremely dangerous. A well has turned into a bucket of water. If there's no water, there's nothing left. This analogy made Feng Luojiang a little nervous. However, he did not put Jiang Chen's words to heart. You're just worrying too much. Let's see what kind of formation this is. Feng Luojiang said and walked towards the 8 trigrams formation. Feng Luojiang extended his hand and wanted to pull out the divine burying flag. Don't, Jiang Chen shouted. However, Feng Luojiang still moved. Feng Luojiang extended his hand and pulled out one of the divine burying flags. He smiled in disdain and said, Don't what? It's just a broken flag. What can it do to me? Feng Luojiang said arrogantly. He looked down on Jiang Chen's suspicious look. This fella is a coward and he even followed them into the dragon vein. He's simply courting death. Isn't it fine? Don't make a fuss. Even if it's a formation, it's already broken after millions of years. Moreover, you said that there's no spiritual energy here. What kind of formation can last for millions of years? I don't believe it. Ha! Don't drag me down if you want to die. Jiang Chen looked at Feng Luojiang coldly. If it wasn't for Brother Yu, do you think you would still be alive now? Feng Luojiang stared at Jiang Chen with a gloomy look. Jiang Chen had always been an eyesore to him. Jiang Chen was always full of himself, as if there was nothing in this world that he didn't know. Moreover, he was deliberately mystifying things. Wasn't it just a broken flag? So what if he pulled it out himself? Enough. Feng Luojiang. Yu Huagan shouted. Feng Luojiang could only let out a cold snort and kept quiet. However, right at that moment, the entire underground dragon vein started to tremble. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. Countless rocks started raining down from above. Damn it! Jiang Chen stared at Feng Luojiang fiercely. This guy is an idiot. Although the spiritual qi could not be gathered to form a formation, the divine burying flag could protect the formation. Just like his 5 elemental trigram fire formation, although it could not be gathered, the Ashura sword formation could be formed by his own strength and the 108 heavenly divine tools. The heavens and earth were collapsing because of Feng Luojiang pulling out the divine burying flag. Jiang Chen was furious. Be careful. There's going to be an earthquake. Yu Huagan said with a gloomy face. At this moment, they could only take care of themselves. However, with their strength of divine king realm, it was unrealistic to trap them to death even though the earthquake was happening underground. However, it was still possible for them to be injured by the earthquake. Yu Huagan said in a low voice with a gloomy face. Jiang Chen quickly retreated and used his divine origin energy to protect his mind and hid in a corner. However, the earthquake only lasted for less than 10 breaths of time before it stopped. They thought that it would be a huge earthquake, but it turned out to be a simple one. The 4 of them were not injured at all. It's just a fuss, Feng Luojiang said. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine burying flag suddenly flew back to the 8 trigrams formation platform by itself. Even he was dumbfounded by this scene. How could this be? Dongpa Tianqi was shocked as well. This was too strange. You can escape from the wrath of the heavens, but you can't escape from the wrath of your own hands, Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. At this moment, wolf-like demonic beasts with glowing blue eyes could be seen walking towards them from the tunnels that extended in all directions. Why are there so many demonic beasts? Each of them is at least at the Divine King realm. Feng Luojiang's expression finally changed. You'll have to ask yourself. Jiang Chen could not wait to crush this fella into ashes. If you didn't pull out the divine burying flag, the formation wouldn't have trembled so much. Otherwise, why are there so many demonic beasts under the dragon vein? These are the demonic beasts that were sealed in the crystal wall. All of this is caused by you, Feng Luojiang. Yu Huagan and Dong Butianqi looked at Feng Luojiang with anger. Feng Luojiang said unwillingly, "Don't slander me. How can you blame me for this? Why didn't you tell me that it's the divine burying flag and I can't pull it out?" Jiang Chen sneered. I told you. Why are you so obedient? Now you're blaming it on me. There are more than 10 of them. This is going to be troublesome. Dong Butianqi murmured as he became extremely nervous. More than 10 divine king tiger-shaped demonic beasts would be troublesome to deal with. Moreover, they were stronger than the previous ones. They could already feel that these demonic beasts were hard to deal with. Now that there were so many of them, everyone felt a sense of danger. One could imagine how much pressure they were under. Feng Luojiang, you bastard. It's all your fault. Yu Huagan said angrily. There's no time to talk. Let's deal with these demonic beasts first. Jiang Chen said. More than 10 demonic beasts were coming from all directions. Each of them seemed to be filled with rage. The 4 of them had to be serious and give it their all. I'll kill you all, Feng Luojiang said while gritting his teeth. He took the lead and rushed out. It was meaningless for him to deny it now. All he could do now was to deal with these demonic beasts as soon as possible to protect himself. Roar! Roar! More than 10 tiger-shaped demonic beasts rushed out together. One of them was enough to cause a headache. These divine king tiger-shaped demonic beasts could not be measured with common sense. Ordinary divine king realm experts would be torn apart in a single exchange. Although they were only at the early divine king realm, their combat strength was extremely close to the mid-divine king realm. Their bodies were extremely tough and they were not afraid of death. They were like steel puppets. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. More than 10 demonic beasts besieged him and roared continuously. Their attacks were unparalleled. Jiang Chen fought against more than 10 demonic beasts with his own body. Most importantly, he did not try to avoid them at all. He clashed with them head-on. His strength shocked the 3 of them. Feng Luojiang and Dong Butianqi also acknowledged Jiang Chen's strength. It was extremely difficult for them to fight against more than 10 tiger-shaped demonic beasts. Moreover, they could only use their strongest techniques to avoid the attacks and look for opportunities. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was different. Every punch that landed on the body of the tiger-shaped demonic beast would leave a big hole. Jiang Chen loved close combat the most. He wanted to conserve the divine origin qi in his body, as even the wood element couldn't be self-sufficient. This was the most important thing. Chapter 27:20. Jiang Chen was like a peerless god of war. His body of flesh and blood was comparable to King Kong. More than 10 demonic beasts were on par with him. Jiang Chen was not afraid of them at all. Yu Huagan looked solemn. It was tough for him to fight against the beasts. However, the strength of a late divine king was not a joke. Compared to Feng Luojiang, Dong Butianqi was in the same situation. He was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position under the siege of the beasts and suffered some minor injuries. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn and meticulous. A cold light flashed in his eyes. More than 10 demonic beasts were repelled by Jiang Chen in less than half an incense stick's time. Moreover, each of the demonic beasts' bones were broken, and their combat strength was greatly reduced. Jiang Chen was calm and ruthless. Finally, he tore apart these skinny tiger-like demonic beasts. Dozens of demon beasts couldn't even get close to Jiang Chen. Instead, they were defeated by him. Jiang Chen was unscathed, calm and at ease. On the other hand, Feng Luojiang was suffocated by the dozen of demonic beasts. He was in a sorry state. His clothes were covered in dust and he was in a sorry state. You're still watching the show? Why are you not going to help? Feng Luojiang gritted his teeth. Jiang Chen was indeed powerful. He managed to tear the beasts apart, but Feng Luojiang had to run away. Why should I help you? You made a mistake and you want me to take responsibility for it? What does it have to do with me even if you're torn apart by these beasts? Jiang Chen said with a smile. He asked Feng Luojiang 3 times, making the latter speechless. It was getting harder and harder for him to fight against the beasts. At this time, Yu Huagan had also killed more than a dozen beasts. However, he had also consumed a lot of his divine origin qi. He finally realized that he couldn't communicate with the heaven and earth spiritual qi at all. In order to recover his strength, he must leave this place. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. Feng Luojiang was furious, but he knew that there was nothing he could do. Although Yu Huagan wanted to help, he knew that he couldn't recover the divine origin energy that he had consumed. So he gave up on that thought. If he fell into trouble, perhaps no one would be able to save him. Although these beasts were strong, they did not have any intelligence. They only knew how to attack. Dongbu Tianqi and Feng Luojiang used all their strength to defeat these beasts. They were famous patriarchs of the Liaobei region after all. Peak mid-divine king realm experts. We'll settle this debt after we get out of here, Feng Luojiang said in a deep voice. He had already listed Jiang Chen as his #1 enemy. This fella did not even bother to help. How hateful. Go out? You think too much. It's easy to come in, but if you want to go out, it's not up to you. Jiang Chen Lung said. What do you mean? Feng Luojiang said bluntly. Brother Yu, it's not that I'm not giving you face. He's the one who threatened me. Are you trying to keep me here? I didn't say that. But there's someone who won't let you go. Jiang Chen shrugged and pointed behind Feng Luojiang and the others. A tall and skinny man walked towards them slowly. He wore a blue robe, aqua blue crystal, and aqua blue hair. He was very handsome, as if he came out from a painting. He had a slender body, slim hands, and even his face was covered with a pale blue halo. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe a girl as beautiful, but this skinny man in front of him gave Jiang Chen a rather comical feeling, but he didn't dare to take him lightly. Although his appearance was no different from a human's, he was too outstanding. It was hard to believe. Most importantly, his aura was very powerful. It was not just a symbol of strength. There were circles of ripples around him. It was the embodiment of his energy. His divine origin qi was even leaking out of his body. You guys shouldn't be here. The blue-haired man smiled and touched the divine burying flag with his finger. The divine burying flag trembled violently. Feng Luojiang and the rest were shocked when they saw the scene. Since when did this fella appear behind them? They didn't know anything about him. Who are you? Feng Luojiang shouted. Who am I? Hee, you guys barged into my territory and you dare to ask me who I am? The blue-haired man smiled elegantly and shook his head helplessly. Are you a human or a demon? Dongpa Tianqi asked coldly. Is there a difference between a human and a demon? Everything has a spirit. You guys are just a part of it. You guys are just a drop in the ocean between heaven and earth. The blue-haired man seemed very calm. He did not feel any sense of danger. This fella, I'm afraid he's not here with good intentions. Yu Huagan whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. How could it be so simple? This guy appeared without a sound. If it wasn't for the fact that he was directly facing him, even he wouldn't have felt anything. Even though Jiang Chen had fought against a half-step hierarch before, he had never seen such a powerful technique. His aura was so powerful that it was suffocating. The aura around him seemed to be overflowing with endless divine origin qi. However, the overflowing divine origin qi was perfectly absorbed by him. It was like the simplest breathing technique in cultivation, but in his hands, it was as natural as it could be. Your territory? You're from the Ice Emperor's wolf clan? Jiang Chen tried to ask. The long-haired man raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Chen. Someone knows about my Ice Emperor's wolf clan? Looks like you guys aren't too ignorant. Ice Emperor's wolf clan? Does it really exist? Yu Huagan and the rest did not dare to believe it. The Ice Emperor's wolf clan was once the royal clan of the Liaobei region, the true tiger of the Liaobei region. However, that was only a legend millions of years ago. But hearing it from the mouth of this blue-haired youth, they were extremely shocked. Ice Emperor's wolf clan, such a long time ago. How many people in this world still remember it? The blue-haired man smiled and sighed. Just because you said it's the Ice Emperor's wolf clan? It's only a legend from hundreds of thousands of years ago. I've never believed you. Feng Luojiang sneered. Then, all of you shall stay here. It's been so many years. The Ice Emperor's wolf clan has been silent for too long. It's time for you guys to see the light of day again. The blue-haired young man said with a smile. His smile was as warm as a spring breeze, and it seemed as though it did not contain any killing intent. Such a big tone. Aren't you afraid of hurting your tongue? Feng Luozhong stared at the blue-haired man without fear. Stupid. How dare you be so arrogant in front of the prince of my Ice Emperor's wolf clan? Remember, my name is Luo Binci. A ray of blue light shot out from the blue-haired man's eyes and pierced through the void, aiming at Feng Luozhong. Jiang Chen and the others suddenly became serious as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 27-21. So powerful, Jiang Chen said. In the next second, Feng Luozhong's body was penetrated by the blue light, kneeling on the ground with a pale expression. You, so fast. Feng Luozhong coughed out a mouthful of blood before he could finish his sentence. His face turned pale as if he was on the verge of death. His eyes were filled with fear. If it wasn't because Feng Luozhong had consumed more than half of his strength, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Even so, Jiang Chen didn't dare to look down on this guy anymore. His speed was just too fast. Killing you will be as easy as pie. But what's the use of killing you? That's why I want to keep you alive. Luo Binci said. The patriarchs of the three great families of Liao Bei are gathered here. Looks like my wolf clan is destined to rule the world. What are you trying to do? Yu Huagan had a bad feeling. This Luo Binci might be plotting something big. The leader of the three great clans, the land of Liao Bei is within your reach. It seems like you've made a good plan. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I like to talk to smart people, although I have never left this place. Luo Binci said with a hint of anticipation and hope. You're dreaming if you want to control us. Dongbu Tianqi was the first to be unconvinced. He would never give up his clan to someone else. It was the 10,000 years of inheritance left by his ancestors. He would not allow anything to happen to it. You'll know whether I'm dreaming or not. If you don't obey me, he will be your role model. Luo Binci sneered. His palm moved and a thunderous aura shot out. The entire underground dragon vein seemed to be shaking. His palm hit Dongbu Tianqi. Dongbu Tianqi retreated and steadied himself. He barely managed to block this attack, but his face was ashen. Not bad you dare to fight back. Interesting. It's a little challenging, but it suits my taste. Luo Binci looked at Dongbu Tianqi in disdain. And you, even the soul-leaving parasite could not kill you. Looks like my plan is not perfect. You want to control someone's life and death with a mere soul-leaving goo? Looks like you've been planning this since a long time ago. The Ice Emperor's wolf clan, a clan that was supposed to be in decline, but they're actually flaunting their prowess here. I wonder if this is a joke or a tragedy. Jiang Chen said. From the moment Luo Binci appeared in front of him, Jiang Chen was already very interested in him. Luo Binci's entire body was shrouded in divine yuan qi. Moreover, the density of his divine yuan qi was far beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. He was like a ball of energy that gathered countless light spots. Even the peak-grade divine origin stones paled in comparison to his existence. If Jiang Chen was right, the peak-grade divine origin stone mines that Yu Huagan and the rest were worried about had all been devoured by him. The halo of energy around his body was the best proof. Not only was he from the Ice Emperor's wolf race, he was also an incomparably huge god elemental essence. Luo Binci squinted his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chen with a bright smile. I never thought that I'd be so lucky. My cultivation might increase greatly after eating you. Ha! Compared to Liao Bei, you're the one I like more. Jiang Chen nodded and said, That's what I was thinking as well. I'll benefit from refining you for the rest of my life. Divine Yuan Qi is even purer than peak-grade divine origin stones. I wonder how many peak-grade divine origin stones you've eaten. Jiang Chen's words made Luo Binci's expression drastically changed. Jiang Chen was right. Luo Binci was indeed a god elemental essence that gathered the essence of countless peak-grade divine origin stones. However, he could not refine them all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a late divine king. He would have broken through to the hierarch realm and left the Liao Bei region. Luo Binci and Jiang Chen looked at each other. It was not because they appreciated each other but because they wanted to refine each other. As long as Jiang Chen refined Luo Binci, he would benefit greatly. The peak grade divine origin stone's essence in his body would be enough for Jiang Chen before he broke through to the hierarch realm. Currently, Jiang Chen's entire body was filled with the myriad qi. The boundless energy in his body was like an incomparably huge treasure. Feng Luojiang and Dongbo Tianqi did not know what the myriad qi was. However, Yu Huagan was shocked. A strand of myriad qi had saved his life and brought him back from the gates of hell. Yet, Jiang Chen's body was filled with myriad qi? How could that be? Luo Binci and the three of them were shocked too. Did this fellow really devour all the peak-grade divine origin stones underground? This underground dragon vein originally belonged to my Ice Emperor's wolf clan. So what if I eat it? Who can do anything to me? Ha ha. You guys still don't know your situation. I feel sorry for you guys. Luo Binci looked at Jiang Chen and the others with a cold gaze. I'm more interested in your divine origin essence, Jiang Chen said with a burning gaze. I'm afraid that you don't have the capability to do so. Do you think it's that easy to get out of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar? Ancient dragon sacrificial altar? What formation is that? Jiang Chen frowned. How would you know about the ancient dragon sacrificial altar? This ancient formation was passed down from ancient times, using the Earth's dragon veins as the foundation. With the ancient sacrificial altar, it steals the sky and changes the sun, allowing our Ice Emperor's wolf clan to live forever. Under the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, you guys won't be able to escape with my 3,000 divine wolf army. 3,000 divine wolf army? Dongbo Tianqi took a deep breath. 3,000 divine wolf army. If all of them were at the divine king realm, wouldn't they be able to sweep across the Chilean boundary? What a great ancient dragon sacrificial altar. In other words, it devours the dragon vein's fate and essence to form a soul congregation pit. The 3,000 divine wolf army should be the product of this soul congregation pit. Undying and eternal life, that's not bad. Pity, it's a real puppet. You should be the only one left from your wolf clan, right? Jiang Chen sneered. He was just guessing. Those wolf clan of the Ice Emperor didn't have any life force. In other words, they were just puppets. Luo Binci's expression changed. Jiang Chen said that the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor was a disgrace. Nonsense. Brat, I'll show you the true strength of my wolf clan. Looks like I'm right. The decline of the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor isn't just a rumor. A prince struggling at death's door. How big of a wave can he stir up? Jiang Chen said with a proud expression. The corner of his mouth carried a meaningful smile. He just wanted to piss off this arrogant guy. All of you must die. Luo Binci was obviously furious. What should we do now? Yu Huagan asked in a low voice as he looked at Jiang Chen. We'll deal with it when it comes. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. Jiang Chen sighed and transmitted his voice to Yu Huagan. It wasn't that he wanted to retreat. 3,000 divine wolf army. All of them were at the divine king realm. Although he wasn't afraid of them, Yu Huagan couldn't ignore them. They could only retreat in order to advance. It wasn't the right time to start a war in someone else's territory. Most importantly, they were in the earth vein. Their chances of winning were too low. Why? You want to run? Ha ha ha. Isn't it too late to run now? Luo Binci said with a smile as if he had already defeated Jiang Chen. Chapter 27-22. When did I say that I'm going to run? Jiang Chen was not afraid of him. Even if he could not defeat Luo Binci, he still had the Zulong Tower. It was impossible for a divine king to do anything to him. However, Jiang Chen had his own plans. He wanted to refine Luo Binci. If he could refine Luo Binci, he would benefit greatly. At least, he would be able to break through under the hierarch realm. You three, it's not too late to surrender. However, I must kill this guy. Luo Binci's strength and his army of 3,000 god wolves had frightened Dongpo Tianqi and Feng Luojiang. Luo Binci did not kill them because he needed these three puppets to rule the extreme north as soon as possible. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, his army of 3,000 divine wolves were just puppets without any signs of life. In order to revive the divine wolf clan, he needed the 3,000 divine wolves to recover their true form. And this step required the three great families to provide him with powerful experts to plant the soul-leaving curse on the divine wolf army. Only then would they be able to replace the humans and recover their true form. It wasn't an easy process for the wolf clan to reappear in the Liao Bei region. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar was set up by his ancestor when the wolf clan was in danger. It was to prevent the wolf clan from being exterminated. Today it was finally put to use. For millions of years, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar had always been the foundation of the wolf clan. Feng Luojiang gritted his teeth, weighing the pros and cons. He was at the end of his tether and was severely injured by the prince of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. It was impossible for him to do anything now. Was it necessary for him to trust Jiang Chen? That guy could not even protect himself now. Yu Huagan was in the same situation. His only way to survive was to follow Luo Binci. All right, I'm willing. Your Highness, from now on, the Feng clan is willing to follow your footsteps. If there's anything you need, we will do it even if it means death. Feng Luojiang's betrayal made Yu Huagan's expression change. Feng Luojiang, you bastard. How dare you rely on an outsider? Have you forgotten about the Feng clan's dragon vein? The family's disciples who died were all done by this bastard. I only know that a wise man submits to circumstances. How could you and that arrogant fellow possibly be a match for His Royal Highness? Truly arrogant and ridiculous. Feng Luojiang said in disdain. Very well, I will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. Those who can see the situation clearly will be able to live longer. Robin said. Jiang Chen had already expected this. This bastard had no backbone at all. Moreover, he should be the arrogant one. He was not surprised that a prince of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan chose to side with him. Brother Dongpa, if you don't make a choice now, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to cry in the future. Yu Huagan doesn't know what you're talking about. Don't tell me you can't see the current situation clearly? Feng Luojiang didn't forget to fan the flames. Dongbu Tianqi fell into silence, not knowing what to choose. However, the army of 3,000 god wolves had really frightened him. Dongbu Tianqi hesitated for a while and finally decided to join the wolf prince's camp. Brother Yu, don't blame us for this. Dongbu Tianqi said righteously. He was doing this for his own survival. Those dead miners had nothing to do with him. His life was more important than those lowly disciples. Everyone has their own ambitions. Patriarch of the Yu family, in their eyes, our lives are already in the hands of the wolf prince. What's there to cooperate with? Jiang Chen smiled. Yu Huagan did not disappoint him. At this moment, there were only the two of them standing side by side. Patriarch of the Yu family, looks like you don't know how bad your choice will be. After killing you, I believe that the two of them will be able to help you control the Yu family, Robin said with a smile. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. The war was imminent and it could break out any time. I, Yu Huagan, was saved by Mr. A man's life and death are determined by fate. Death can be lighter than a goose feather or heavier than Mount Tai. I, Yu Huagan, understand this. Even if I die today, I will not frown. Yu Huagan's stubbornness was a joke in the eyes of Dongbu Tianqi and Feng Luojiang. Childish. Feng Luojiang curled his lips. I'll help the two of you recover your strength now. Kill the two of them without mercy. Luo Binci said with a smile as he grabbed Feng Luojiang's shoulder. In an instant, Feng Luojiang could feel the spiritual qi in his body filling up. Most importantly, his injuries were almost healed. All the exhaustion from before was gone and he felt refreshed. Go, the two of you should be at the late Divine King realm now. You'll definitely achieve an unimaginable result in a short period of time. The divine origin essence that I've injected into your body should be enough for you to defeat them. Understood. Feng Luojiang lowered his head and said. Then, he turned around and stared at Jiang Chen with an evil look. Natural slaves, it's time for you two to die. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. Brat, I've always disliked you. I'll kill you now to help the prince get rid of the dissidents and make up for my mistake. Feng Luojiang said confidently while looking at Jiang Chen with disdain. It's time to judge whether he's a mule or a horse. What a loyal dog. You've learned to wag your tail and beg for mercy so quickly. Unfortunately, you're destined to be a dead dog. Jiang Chen said calmly. Half-step Divine King. You're still a half-step Divine King. Watch how I'll kill you. Before he finished his sentence, Feng Luojiang had already rushed forward. With the help of Luo Binci, his strength had temporarily reached the late Divine King realm. Naturally, His morale was high and he did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. The area outside the Dragon Gate Ridge was already in ruins. Many of the mines had collapsed, and the path that Jiang Chen and the others took to enter the Dragon Gate Ridge was also buried. When Yu Jingxian and the others arrived, they were completely dumbfounded. How could this be? On the Dragon Gate Ridge, Yu Jingxian said with a pale face. At this moment, the mine in front of them had completely collapsed. Although they arrived in time, there was nothing they could do. Because of the collapse of the mine, they couldn't find the entrance at all. They didn't know whether they were all buried under the ground or not. We're late. We don't know how father and the others are doing. Bai Yuma was anxious, but there was nothing they could do now. The only thing we can do now is to wait. We can't find the entrance to the mine. Everything around us has collapsed. Yu Jingfan smiled bitterly and shook his head, feeling extremely depressed. I don't want to lose father, I don't want. Yu Jingxian gritted her teeth. I must find father. Yu Jingxian started to dig persistently. The surrounding people were astonished as well. But they could understand Yu Jingxian's excitement, and so could they. Right now, I can only use this foolish old man to move the mountain. The second elder and the third elder looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Although this method was very stupid, there was no way out now. The collapse of the mine was something that no one had expected. Chapter 27-23. Jiang Chen looked at Feng Luojiang and sneered. At the next moment, the two of them clashed with each other. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately casted his dragon transformation. After all, he dared not underestimate Feng Luojiang. It was better to be safe than sorry. After all, he and Yu Huagan were besieged from all directions. The prince of the Wolf clan would never let them go easily, especially when Yu Huagan was ready to die. Jiang Chen was not going to let them go easily. Whirlwind Blade. Feng Luojiang's blade radiated as he charged towards Jiang Chen. He was extremely proud of his late divine king's strength. Although Luo Binci had given him a lot of divine origin essence to push his strength to the late divine king realm in a short period of time, it was still incomparable to a peak mid-divine king. Feng Luojiang was full of confidence as his blade radiance pierced through the void. Jiang Chen remained calm as he faced the incoming attack. I really don't know where you got your courage from. Half-step divine king. What a joke. I'm dying of laughter. Accept your death. Trashy fella. Feng Luojiang's arrogance soared up to the sky. His blade shone brightly and countless of qi blocked Jiang Chen's path. The mightiness of a late divine king was fully displayed. Feng Luojiang wanted to crush Jiang Chen with absolute superiority. He wanted to experience the true mightiness of a late divine king. Be careful, Jiang Chen. Yu Huagan reminded with a worried expression. Although he knew that Jiang Chen's strength was extraordinary, it was still the strength of his physique. Could he really defeat a late divine king? Yu Huagan did not know. Your opponent is me. Dongwu Tianqi sneered as he fought against Yu Huagan. Both of them were at the late divine king realm. This battle would not be like the one between Jiang Chen and Feng Luojiang. Jiang Chen could easily kill a divine king with his bare hands. He could even fight a mid-divine king. After using the dragon transformation, his terrifying battle prowess increased once again. He was not afraid of a late divine king at all. If it were not for those monstrous geniuses who could fight against those with higher cultivation levels, Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill Feng Luojiang easily. Jiang Chen was like a god of war, clashing with Feng Luojiang continuously. Terrifying shockwaves swept across the entire square. Feng Luojiang had never expected Jiang Chen to be this terrifying. Even he couldn't break through Jiang Chen's defense with his half-dragon body. Humans? Or the dragon race? Interesting. If we can use his bloodline for the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, perhaps the bloodline of the Ice Emperor's wolf race would be purer. What we lacked back then was the bloodline of the dragon. Luo Binci squinted his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chen with excitement. This fella's dragon breath was extremely powerful. He was definitely not an ordinary dragon. He could not obtain the bloodline of the true dragon. It would be great if he could obtain a trace of the bloodline of this half-human half-dragon fella. Jiang Chen and Feng Luojiang clashed several times. Terrifying energy ripples spread everywhere. Jiang Chen was getting more and more powerful. If it was not for Feng Luojiang's improvement, he might have already been defeated by Jiang Chen. Even so, Feng Luojiang was having a hard time. Jiang Chen was advancing step by step, forcing him to retreat. Even he could feel how terrifying Jiang Chen was. A mere half-step divine king is so terrifying. Feng Luojiang thought. Looks like I've underestimated him. Blazing fire pure yang blade. Feng Luojiang clasped both of his hands together. Blazing fire and lava burst out. A terrifying flame aura swept towards Jiang Chen. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen formed a seal with one of his hands. The 5 elemental true fire converged and terrifying thunderbolts and flames gushed out. A crazed dragon was devouring the flames and collided with Feng Luojiang's attack. Feng Luojiang's expression changed. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal devoured his attack, and even he couldn't escape unscathed. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal pierced through his body. Feng Luojiang's expression changed and blood gushed out. A piece of trash. Jiang Chen sneered. The 3000 Flames Dragon Seal was already in his hand. As soon as the seal was struck, thunderbolts roared and mountains collapsed. Feng Luojiang's expression changed drastically as he could sense a terrifying aura of death spreading towards him. "Prince, save me!" Feng Luojiang cried out involuntarily because he knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Chen's attack. "Stop!" Luo Binci naturally did not wish for Feng Luojiang to be killed by Jiang Chen. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to unify the Liaobei region after leaving the Dragon Vein. It would save him a lot of trouble if he subdued Feng Luojiang and the rest. Too late. Jiang Chen looked straight at Feng Luojiang. The 3000 Flames Dragon Seal turned into a flaming dragon and engulfed the entire plaza. Feng Luojiang was instantly devoured by the flaming dragon seal and disappeared, leaving only a pile of black ashes. Dongbo Tianqi trembled slightly. This Jiang Chen is so powerful. Trash. You will always be trash. Jiang Chen looked at Luo Binci and smiled. You're really annoying. Luo Binci's expression was slightly angry. He thought that he had a good plan, but he didn't expect this trash to be so useless. He was defeated by Jiang Chen in just a few moves. He was just an embroidered pillow that looked good but was useless. Since you're so good at fighting, then I'll play with you. Luo Binci's voice became colder. He waved his hand and hundreds of demonic beasts of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan appeared beside Jiang Chen. Human wave tactic? Jiang Chen said in disdain. You can handle 10 of them, but what about 100? I hope you won't disappoint me. Luo Binci crossed his arms and his blue eyes were filled with killing intent. I, Jiang Chen, am not afraid of human wave tactic. Not to mention 100, even 3000 demonic beasts are nothing to me. I, Jiang Chen, will not even frown. Jiang Chen said calmly as if he was looking down on the world. Even Yu Huagan was shocked. How could Jiang Chen be a match for hundreds of Divine King Realm puppets? Although he had the upper hand against Dongbo Tianqi, Jiang Chen was facing Luo Binci alone. This battle would be a disaster for him. Hundreds of demonic beasts broke through the stone wall. Not only Yu Huagan, even Dongbo Tianqi felt his scalp going numb. Luckily, I'm smart enough to choose Prince Luo Binci. Otherwise, I'll be the one facing those beasts. I don't even know how I died. Dongbo Tianqi was secretly shocked. It's a great honor to be able to escape this disaster. It's a pity that Feng Luojiang died a horrible death. Luckily, I'm not fighting against Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he'll be the one dying. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he faced the hundreds of demonic beasts of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. No matter how many of them there are, they're still trash. Not many of these Divine King Realm demonic beasts would be left after a single slash. Chapter 27-24. I hope you won't disappoint me. Luo Binci smiled elegantly. He could not wait to see Jiang Chen being torn apart by the hundreds of beasts. Roar! Luo Binci controlled the beasts and hundreds of Divine King Realm puppets arrived in a blink of an eye, engulfing Jiang Chen in the wave of beasts. Mr. Yu Huagan was enraged. He wanted to save Jiang Chen, but Dongbo Tianqi was holding him back. There was no chance for him to do so. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. A terrifying loud sound was heard from the beast tide. Jiang Chen was fighting the beast tide with his bare hands. The Divine King Realm puppet beasts could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. There were hundreds of them, but Jiang Chen did not even put them in his eyes. His punch was as powerful as a thunderbolt. Within 10 moves, Not even a blade of grass could be seen. The 100 beasts within a 100-meter radius were all crushed by Jiang Chen's punch. The dreadfulness of the dragon transformation was evident. Yu Huagan was dumbfounded. Dongbo Tianqi was stunned. Even Luo Binci looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He was like a god of war, above the mortal world. Hundreds of divine king realm puppets could not even withstand a single blow from him. In less than half an hour, those divine king puppets were all crushed into pieces. Each of Jiang Chen's punches turned them into ashes. Such a terrifying beast tide could not do anything to him. Undeniably, Jiang Chen's strength was unbelievably strong, especially when he was only a half-step divine king. Jiang Chen's strength was unbelievably strong. Jiang Chen was unscathed, standing tall and untouchable. Mister's mightiness is unparalleled, Yu Huagan said sincerely. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. After witnessing the terror of Jiang Chen, he would have no regrets even if he died. Good lad. You've impressed me. But you've thoroughly infuriated me. Luo Binci laughed out of anger. Hundreds of divine king demonic beast puppets had died in Jiang Chen's hands. He was slightly angry. However, Jiang Chen was like an unparalleled war god. Invincible. Even a mid-divine king might not be able to withstand his thunderous punch. Moreover, Jiang Chen's fist was terrifyingly destructive. Luo Binci's demonic beast puppets were extremely tough, but they still could not withstand Jiang Chen's fist. Let me show you what a real beast wave is. Luo Binci did not believe it. He waved his palm and 500 divine king realm demonic beast puppets came out from the surrounding walls. They rushed towards Jiang Chen and their blue eyes shot out rays of light that shone on the ground below the square. Let's see how you're going to fight me this time. Luo Binci had already sentenced Jiang Chen to death. Even a half-step hierarch might not be able to deal with 500 divine king realm puppets. Moreover, Jiang Chen's strength was limited. He would definitely lose more than half of his strength. There was no spiritual energy here. Even if he was a puppet, he would still be exhausted to death. So many beasts. Mister, can you handle it? Yu Huagan murmured to himself while dealing with Dongbo Tianqi's attack. He knew that Jiang Chen's strength was extraordinary, but even ants could bite an elephant to death. Moreover, the beast tide was a few times more than the previous one. That kind of dreadful mightiness was terrifying. Yu Huagan muttered. Even if he was not strong enough, he could still exhaust Jiang Chen to death. Haha, as long as that fellow is dead, you'll be mine. You can imagine the consequences of going against the prince of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. I thought you'd stand on our side after knowing the terror of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. I never expected you to be so stubborn. What a pity. Feng Luojiang is also dead. I'll be the spokesperson of the Liao Bei region in the future. His Highness will definitely give me the highest honor. Ha ha ha. Dongbo Tianqi was extremely excited. As long as that arrogant brat and Yu Huagan were dead, he would be the king of Liao Bei. Although he would still have to serve the prince, he would still be above everyone else. His glory would be limitless. What's the difference between killing one person and millions of people? It's the difference between killing one trash and 10,000 trash. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He was still calm and confident while facing the 500 divine king realm puppets. I'll laugh at the sky with my sword. Who dares to stop me? Jiang Chen strode into the beast tide with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The heavenly dragon sword's soul had been awakened and it had broken through its shackles. It was no longer the same as before. Even a heavenly divine tool could cut through iron like mud. Hundreds of beasts engulfed Jiang Chen in an instant. However, Jiang Chen was invincible in the beast tide. He slashed and more than 10 beasts were cut into pieces. If those beasts still had blood, the plaza would have become a river of blood by now. I don't believe that you can break through these 500 divine king realm beasts. Luo Binci gritted his teeth. He finally felt that it was troublesome. Jiang Chen was nowhere to be seen in the beast tide. However, as long as the beast tide did not retreat, Luo Binci would not be at ease. As expected, Jiang Chen was invincible. He killed 10 beasts with one step. His every step was filled with killing intent. All of you are trash. Perish. Break the void. Heaven's will. Jiang Chen's sword shone brightly in the 14 prefectures. The remaining 200 beasts were killed by his sword. His sword rose and fell like a falling star. This is impossible. Luo Binci murmured. However, even if he did not believe it, the 500 beasts had turned into ashes. It was as if a god-emperor had arrived. Jiang Chen's mightiness was too powerful. Was this the aura of a half-step divine king? Was this the battle strength of a half-step divine king? Luo Binci asked himself. Even if he was in the midst of the 500 beasts, he might not be able to escape like Jiang Chen, because the sword in Jiang Chen's hand was too terrifying. Luo Binci's heart skipped a beat. It's too powerful. Jiang Chen's strength probably came from that sword. This is a miracle. Yu Huagan could not believe it. Jiang Chen had shocked him again and again. 3,000 demonic beasts. Bring it on. Watch how I destroy your wolf clan. Chapter 27-25. Lad, don't be too happy just yet. You'll have to get through me first. Luo Binci said indifferently. Luo Binci looked calm. He planned to use the soul-leaving curse on the 3,000 divine king puppet beasts so that they could be reborn. However, he did not expect that Jiang Chen would kill 1/5 of them. How could Luo Binci not be angry? However, it was too late to say that now. Jiang Chen, a half-step divine king, had brought him a lot of surprises. Especially the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Luo Binci's eyes were burning with excitement. If he could get his hands on this sword, even a half-step venerable would have to bow down to him. The heavenly dragon sword had definitely surpassed the origin divine tool. That's what I'm thinking. How can I get my hands on you if I don't defeat you? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Luo Binci was also a huge cake in his eyes. The divine origin essence in his body had already surpassed the supreme grade divine origin stone. It was like a yuan qi furnace. Both of them saw each other as a true treasure and wanted to have it all at the same time. Jiang Chen smiled. To be able to force this king to make a move. Even if you die, you can be proud. In Luo Binci's eyes, Jiang Chen's strength was not worth mentioning. Even if Jiang Chen could kill 600 of his beasts, did he really have the ability to do so? The answer was obviously no. Although Luo Binci was shocked that Jiang Chen was able to break through the human wave tactic, Jiang Chen's sword was extremely useful in close combat. It was not comparable to his own strength. Since when did a half-step divine king become so arrogant and domineering? Luo Binci knew that he had to take action. Otherwise, those beasts would be sacrificed for nothing. He did not want to see those beasts die because they were going to conquer the world. He could not allow them to die here. All right. Let me see what you're capable of. Jiang Chen stood still and pointed his sword at Luo Binci. Their gazes met and a terrifying battle intent burst out. The entire square became solemn. You'll die peacefully. My myriad qi. Ha ha. Even the heavens are helping me. You'll be able to break through to the Emperor realm in the future. Luo Binci's eyes lit up. He turned into a blue ray of light and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not look at Luo Binci. He turned his sword and a cold light burst out from it. Luo Binci also faced Jiang Chen's sword. The collision between the two caused the entire square to tremble. Luo Binci looked at Jiang Chen's sword with his own eyes. Luo Binci was extremely overbearing as he struck with a thunderous strike. A blue silhouette pierced through the void. Jiang Chen slashed with his sword. The terrifying attack caused Jiang Chen to take a few steps back. One could imagine how powerful Luo Binci was, a late divine king. Moreover, he was an ancient beast. Although the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was not considered as a true beast, they were not ordinary either. Interesting. Luo Binci sneered as he pushed Jiang Chen back. Luo Binci's close combat skills were extremely terrifying. Any demonic beast would not be weak in close combat because their bodies were many times stronger than humans. Therefore, it was the stupidest way to fight a demonic beast head-on. Luo Binci didn't seem to be weak in close combat, as his body was much stronger than a human's. Jiang Chen was different. Since Luo Binci had chosen this method, he would accompany him to the end. Putting away the heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Chen's battle intent was high and the corner of his mouth carried a faint smile. Looks like you're quite confident. Luo Binci sneered. Jiang Chen dared to engage in close combat with him at this moment. This method was asking to be humiliated. Even if Jiang Chen could defeat hundreds of puppet beasts, even if Jiang Chen could stand out from the crowd of beasts, it did not mean that he could fight against Luo Binci. Jiang Chen remained calm and did not reply to Luo Binci's words. He was confronting Luo Binci head-on. Terrifying strength was unleashed. His fist was filled with a terrifying foundation and divine origin energy. This fist was not an ordinary fist. Luo Binci and Jiang Chen's fists landed on each other. Both of them were fearless. Jiang Chen was confident in his defense. How could Luo Binci fall into a disadvantageous position? Luo Binci had the royal bloodline of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. No matter if it was defense or close combat, he was invincible. This was his respect for Jiang Chen. Luo Binci unleashed a kick with incredible speed. Jiang Chen took a step back and threw out a punch, hitting the sole of Luo Binci's foot. Luo Binci felt a sharp pain in his heart. Just how powerful was this guy's punch? Even his sturdy defense had been injured by the shockwave. Luo Binci did not retreat but attacked instead. Jiang Chen did not show any weakness either. Jiang Chen had never been afraid of anyone in close combat. Grey Wolf Strike. Luo Binci turned his fist into a claw and attacked Jiang Chen with lightning speed. Even the void seemed to be cracked. Luo Binci finally used his true power. Divine Golden Bell. God Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Chen used the Divine Golden Bell to protect himself, causing Luo Binci's attack to miss and was pushed back. Jiang Chen did not let Luo Binci off easily and unleashed the God Sealing Seal, causing Luo Binci to suffer a lot. Luo Binci coughed out a mouthful of blue blood, showing his anger. You really shouldn't have injured me. I have decided that from this moment onwards, I will tear you apart. Luo Binci growled and crawled on the ground. In the next second, he turned into a 15 feet tall blue wolf. His eyes were like icicles, his teeth were sharp, and his body was filled with a cold aura. Such a terrifying aura. Yu Huagan's expression changed. He was also a late divine king. He knew that he would not be able to fight back in front of Luo Binci. This fellow was indeed worthy of being a royal member of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. After Luo Binci returned to his original form, his strength had increased by more than half. However, Jiang Chen's eyes were still filled with arrogance. Just a grey wolf and you dare to call yourself a royal? Haha, this is too funny. Let me show you what a true dragon's prestige is. Jiang Chen wielded his blade. Under the dragon transformation, his strength had reached its peak. His defense and attack power had also multiplied. Right now, Jiang Chen was like a human-shaped weapon, the absolute overlord of all demons. Courting death, roar. Luo Binci roared and dashed towards Jiang Chen's head. He attacked with all four claws, attacking and defending at the same time. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry as he clashed with Luo Binci. Luo Binci's grey wolf seemed to be able to devour Jiang Chen in one bite. Chapter 27-26. Roar. Luo Binci roared again, venting his anger. To think that Jiang Chen could fight evenly with him. Even after using his true form, he still could not gain the upper hand. Luo Binci could not help but be shocked. What is this guy made of? Is he made of steel? My azure wolf body, if he's not a divine beast, it's impossible for him to resist my attack. This half-human half-dragon guy. Does he really have the bloodline of a divine beast? Even if you can tie with me, so what? I'm afraid you've already used up half of your divine origin chi. Without the heaven and earth spiritual energy, you won't be able to make ends meet. Let's see how you're going to fight against me. I can exhaust you to death even if I have to. Luo Binci sneered. His energy was endless as he had consumed an entire Mind Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stone essence. I don't need much time to deal with you. Jiang Chen also felt that his divine origin chi had recovered by more than 50%. He would definitely be at a disadvantage if he continued to fight. Jiang Chen sneered. Do you think I'm just joking with my energy recovery pills? Jiang Chen swallowed 3 chi recovery pills in one gulp, instantly restoring his strength to perfection. Let's see how many pills you have. Luo Binci and Jiang Chen fought again. This time, Jiang Chen seemed to have the help of a deity. His aura was unparalleled and could not be challenged. Jiang Chen strode forward and fought with Luo Binci. Luo Binci's gigantic wolf head soared into the sky, biting towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he grabbed Luo Binci's long fangs with one hand. Jiang Chen let out a furious roar. His strength was unparalleled. Luo Binci's huge body was grabbed by Jiang Chen's fangs and was sent flying. Yu Huagan and Dong Patianchi had given up on fighting. They looked at each other and swallowed their saliva. This This is too abnormal. Dong Tianqi did not expect Jiang Chen to be so tyrannical and terrifying. What's the difference between him and the war god? The prince of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was sent flying by a half-step divine king. It was a great humiliation to Luo Binci. But Luo Binci couldn't stop. After Jiang Chen spun him around a few hundred times, he fiercely threw him to the ground, creating a huge pit. Even though Luo Binci's body was strong, he couldn't bear it. Even his teeth were broken by Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen held the tusk in his hand and looked at Robbins coldly. Robbins was lying on the ground, gasping for air, but his eyes were still cold as he stared at Jiang Chen. What? Not convinced? Continue. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and looked at Luo Binci arrogantly. The dignity of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan is inviolable. You've thoroughly infuriated me. To Luo Binci, having one of his teeth pulled out was a great humiliation. Who could bear to have a tooth pulled out from the mouth of a wolf? Moreover, he was the noblest prince of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. Even though he was the only survivor of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan, how could he allow himself to be bullied in his own territory? Obviously, Luo Binci would not let this go. Luo Binci stood up once again, but this time, his entire body was covered in ice crystals. Every single ice crystal was incomparably hard, dazzling, and sharp. Is this the real Ice Emperor's wolf clan? Jiang Chen smiled. Have a taste of my ice wolf physique. Luo Binci leapt up. His body was covered in a layer of ice crystals. He charged towards Jiang Chen like a porcupine with spikes all over his body. Haha, interesting, interesting. A hedgehog wants to become a wolf? Before Jiang Chen could finish his laughter, Luo Binci had already dashed towards him. Jiang Chen had to admit that Luo Binci's ice wolf body was something that he could not afford to underestimate. Luo Binci's combat strength and defense had been multiplied. Jiang Chen and Luo Binci clashed again, but Jiang Chen was slowly being suppressed by Luo Binci. Fight with your life on the line? You will regret it. Jiang Chen murmured. The ice wolf physique was indeed terrifying. But how could Jiang Chen be afraid of death? Jiang Chen disregarded everything and charged towards Luo Binci. Every step was filled with killing intent, harming the enemy while harming himself. Jiang Chen's fists were covered with blood. However, Luo Binci was not in a good state either. His ice wolf's body was continuously broken by Jiang Chen. The ice wolf's body became weaker under the cover of the ice crystals. Although Jiang Chen was heavily injured, Luo Binci was not in a good state either. His ice wolf's body was continuously broken by Jiang Chen and was now in a terrible state. You lunatic, don't drag me down if you want to die. Luo Binci was furious. Jiang Chen didn't care about his injuries and swallowed 2 energy recovery pills in a row. Jiang Chen was fighting with his life on the line. Jiang Chen's method of killing Luo Binci made him feel fear. Since you want to play, I will naturally play with you. Take your time. Jiang Chen laughed. But at this moment, he was also heavily injured. Although the wood spirit could not help Jiang Chen recover, the myriad qi was healing Jiang Chen's body. Although it could not restore his strength to its peak, the energy recovery pills were enough to support Luo Binci and Jiang Chen's battle for 300 rounds. Therefore, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Get lost. This time, it was Luo Binci's turn to escape. Both of them were heavily injured, but Jiang Chen fought with his life on the line. He knew what a lunatic was. Both of their injuries were serious. However, Jiang Chen did not expect Luo Binci's recovery speed to be very strong. Although it was not as good as the myriad qi, Luo Binci's body was filled with divine origin essence. Jiang Chen could not underestimate Luo Binci. Yu Huagan and Dong Tianqi were also heavily injured. Yu Huagan did not expect Dong Tianqi to be able to hold on for so long after Luo Binci forcefully increased his strength. Moreover, Yu Huagan had just broken through not long ago. Bastard, you lunatic, I've had enough of you. Luo Binci finally reverted to his human form after retreating with a single strike. He staggered backwards with a pale face and a desolate expression. He was no longer as handsome and dignified as before. Instead, he looked like a rooster that had lost a battle. You're not my opponent, Jiang Chen said calmly. Luo Binci was no longer his opponent. Even his ice wolf physique was broken by Jiang Chen. Luo Binci did not dare to fight with Jiang Chen anymore. You're too full of yourself, Jiang Chen. My wolf clan is not something you can imagine. This ancient dragon sacrificial altar is the best place for you. Chapter 27:27. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the ancient dragon sacrificial altar that was filled with 16 divine burying flags. He couldn't help but reveal a fearful expression. This fella, could he still activate the ancient dragon sacrificial altar? Why? Are you scared? Ha ha ha, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar gathers the chi of the dragon vein and the luck from all directions. The 16 divine burying flags form the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Since ancient times, it is likely that no one has been able to escape alive. Even Emperor stage experts are unable to. Luo Binxi's confidence came from his understanding of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, because the ancestor of the Wolf clan was an Emperor realm expert. He once said that the ancient dragon sacrificial altar was a divine altar that could not be broken by ordinary people. It could move mountains and seas, move the stars. Only those with the bloodline of the Wolf clan could activate the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Scared? Haha, the word scared doesn't exist in my dictionary, Jiang Chen's. So what if it's the ancient dragon sacrificial altar? So what if there are 16 divine burying flags? Could it be that you can activate the formation and seal me here? Jiang Chen sneered. You're right. Unfortunately, my Wolf clan is able to activate the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Let me see how many tricks you have to break my ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Ha! Luo Binxi was extremely confident. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar was created by an Emperor realm expert. How could a small half-step divine king like him touch it? Today, Luo Binxi would use up half of his profound qi to suppress Jiang Chen here. Luo Binxi moved his wrist and cut his finger. A line of blood flew into the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Blue blood sprinkled on the altar. At the next moment, the entire square was filled with fear. The 16 divine burying flags were fluttering in the wind. Although they were damaged, Jiang Chen knew that these 16 divine burying flags were the most terrifying part of the formation. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar was the dragon vein qi that had been absorbed for millions of years. Under the nourishment of the dragon vein qi, Luo Binxi could achieve what he had today. Ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Activate. Luo Binxi and the ancient dragon sacrificial altar complemented each other. With Jiang Chen's understanding of formations, Luo Binxi was definitely a product of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. As the formation changed, the 16 flags began to shake, indicating that the ancient dragon sacrificial altar was about to be activated. Not good. Jiang Chen's expression changed. On the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, the 16 divine burying flags gathered to form a huge net. The huge blue net swept across the sky and instantly covered the entire square. Jiang Chen had nowhere to hide and was eventually enveloped by the huge net. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar was completely sealed and Jiang Chen was trapped within it. The terrifying devouring power seemed to want to suck him into the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Under the huge net, under the dragon sacrificial altar, there were many formations. They contained the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, heavenly stems and earthly branches. Compared to the no-beginning formation in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was impossible for him to break the ancient dragon sacrificial altar with his current strength. Anyone or anything that is sucked into the ancient dragon sacrificial altar will be destroyed. In my territory, you have to listen to me. Luo Binxi sneered. Jiang Chen was extremely excited to be trapped in the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Although he had used up a lot of his profound qi, it was worth it. His blood was his profound qi. Activating the ancient dragon sacrificial altar would cause great damage to Luo Binxi. Terrifying scenes appeared in the void above the blue net. At that moment, Luo Binxi's eyes turned exceptionally cold. His eyes turned blood red from their original water blue color. This is an image of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar? Jiang Chen was puzzled, but the scene under the 16 divine burying flags was extremely realistic. It was a huge snowy mountain. Countless gray wolves, the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor, were running away in all directions. The surrounding mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. A blurry silhouette was holding a scepter, sweeping down. Countless members of the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor fell into despair. Not only the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor, the other demonic beasts on the snowy mountain were also killed. It was a tragic scene that no one dared to look at, as if it was the end of the world. Is this the image of the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor being exterminated? While Jiang Chen was puzzled, the 16 divine burying flags of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar finally unleashed their power. Under the divine burying flags, Jiang Chen was completely suppressed. The terrifying devouring power came from the depths of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. The altar that was set up by the ancestors of the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor once again opened Jiang Chen's eyes. Buddha's radiance. Jiang Chen struck out a Buddha's radiance, but it was still unable to move the 16 divine burying flags. Although the Buddha's radiance was the nemesis of demonic beasts, it was completely useless when the demonic beasts reached a certain realm. The most terrifying thing was that the 16 divine burying flags seemed to be broken, but every time the flags moved, the sky and earth would shatter. Jiang Chen felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. Streaks of wind blades with demonic bewitchment power forced Jiang Chen into a dead end. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar was like a cage. In addition to the devouring and suction power of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams, Jiang Chen was in a dilemma. He had completely lost the initiative. Jiang Chen took every step carefully, but he still couldn't stop the situation where he was besieged from all sides. He held the heavenly dragon sword tightly in his hand and summoned the heavenly dragon battle armor, but it was still a drop in the bucket. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar formed by the 16 divine burying flags was too terrifying. Although the 16 divine burying flags were powerful, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar had absorbed the dragon chi from the earth vein for thousands of years, causing the ancient dragon sacrificial altar to become a sacrificial altar, a shocking formation. However, Jiang Chen still managed to stop all of this. Although he was struggling, he was not suppressed by the 16 divine burying flags. The 16 divine burying flags had broken through the level of heavenly divine tools and reached the level of primordial divine tools. Although they were covered in dust, their power was still there. If this continues, I will only be in a worse situation. Jiang Chen frowned. He was trapped in the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. The devouring power was constantly devouring the divine origin energy in his body. The consumption was one thing, but the devouring power was more shocking. You've guessed it right. That's the Ice Emperor's wolf clan's extinction realm. It's a pity that my ancestors, 3 Emperor realm experts, were all crushed. The Ice Emperor's wolf clan was the strongest demonic beast clan in the Lone Dragon County. How glorious and domineering it was. It's a pity that they were harmed by a villain, causing the Ice Emperor's wolf clan to perish. It's been 10 million years. If it wasn't for my ancestor using all of his power to set up the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, absorbing the dragon vein chi and sacrificing the lives of countless wolf clan experts to keep me here, the wolf clan would have truly disappeared from this world. If the heavens did not destroy my wolf clan, as long as we rise again, my wolf clan will definitely rule the world. I will not let the person who destroyed my wolf clan go. The hatred of my clan is absolutely irreconcilable. Chapter 27-28. That figure is an ancestor of the Feather Clan. No, not an ancestor of the Harpies, but a guardian of the Harpies. Yu Huagon's face was full of shock. In the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, although the shadow holding the scepter was blurry, Yu Huagon was able to see it clearly. Because in the ancestral hall of the Yu family, there was a portrait that looked exactly like the person in the shadow. Yu clan, humph, if it wasn't for your Yu clan, how would my wolf clan end up like this? Luo Binsi roared angrily, as if he hated the winged race as well. Yu Huagon was stunned. He had no idea what Luo Binsi was talking about. In the past, if your Yu clan was willing to submit to my Ice Emperor wolf clan, how could my Ice Emperor wolf clan be annihilated? Furthermore, you even complained about us in front of the Snow Empress, causing our wolf tribe to be exterminated by the Snow Empress. Shouldn't you bear the responsibility for this? You were once under the Snow Empress? Yu Huagon finally remembered the person his family worshipped, the Snow Emperor who once dominated the world. Everyone in the northern cold divine region was moved by him. He was one of the most revered Emperor realm experts in the immemorial era. You Harpies are the Snow Empress slaves and dogs. That year, the Snow Emperor was defeated in a battle and disappeared without a trace. It should have been the best opportunity for my wolf clan to rise in the divine continent. My wolf clan would definitely become one of the strongest clans in the ancient era. It's a pity that I didn't manage to steal the Snow Emperor's cold ice throne. Otherwise, your Yu clan would be nothing. Didn't the Snow Empress still die after being severely injured and on the brink of death? The Harpies are one of the 3 imperial guardian tribes, but haven't they also declined? Ha ha ha, you don't even have a hierarch expert. The glory of our ancestors has been eaten by you. The Snow Empress isn't fit to be the leader of our wolf clan. Protecting the royal family is just a joke. He's a lunatic, destroying our wolf clan. He's inhumane. Luo Binxi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lung Ling said. Ice throne? Jiang Chen frowned. He thought to himself, could it be that the ice throne in my hand is what they are talking about? Snow Empress? Could it be the destructive ice god? The Snow Empress has always been a formidable figure. How can you tarnish her name? The 9 generations of the winged race will not allow anyone to tarnish the Snow Empress name. If you didn't betray the Snow Empress, why would the Snow Empress destroy your wolf clan? Everything has its cause and effect. This is retribution. Although Yu Huagan was at a disadvantage, he was not afraid at all. Ha ha, what a joke. What a joke. The Harpies have protected the Snow Empress for generations. Why have you declined? The era of the Snow Monarch has passed. There is no Snow Monarch in this world. My wolf clan will rule the entire Liao Bay and rule the northern cold divine region. Luo Binxi completely ignored Jiang Chen and Yu Huagan. He was just like a high and mighty emperor. Jiang Chen activated the broken Eastern Emperor Bell and stabilized the universe. Under the divine golden bell, he finally stabilized his body. At the very least, he wasn't completely devoured. Lowly Yu clan, you dare to compare yourself to my Ice Emperor's wolf clan, die. Luo Binxi threw out a palm strike and Yu Huagan was blown away. His face was pale and he was on the verge of death. Mister, I'm sorry. It's my Yu clan that harmed you. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. If Yu Huagan died, he would be ashamed to face Yu Jingxian. However, he couldn't break through the altar or break the formation. I have a sword that can cut through the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Heavenly Dragon Sword, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. This was his biggest hope. I'll use all my strength. Heavenly Dragon Sword Spirit, break. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The Heavenly Dragon Sword buzzed and a dragon roar sounded. The Heavenly Dragon Sword was enveloped by a terrifying dragon soul. The sword turned into a ray of light and pierced through the sky. Once the sword spirit was unleashed, who could fight against it? The sword spirit was a dragon soul. However, the sword spirit was not from the dragon clan nor the ancestral dragon emperor. It was an independent weapon spirit. The sword spirit of the Heavenly Dragon Sword had yet to awaken. After breaking through the shackles, the sword spirit became what it was today. The dragon roared and the sword chime resounded. The Heavenly Dragon Sword was like a comet. The wind blades from the 16 divine burying flags were instantly cut apart by the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Meanwhile, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar lost control at this moment. Luo Binxi spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. He was the one who controlled the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, but it was cut apart by Jiang Chen's sword. The backlash and damage he suffered was unimaginable. Jiang Chen looked at the Heavenly Dragon Sword in surprise. It did not disappoint him. However, this sword had exhausted all of his strength. The sword spirit was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Jiang Chen managed to break through the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, but both of them were heavily injured. Both of them had lost their previous aura and aura of a hero. Ha ha ha, the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor, there's nowhere to hide. To think that there's such a demonic beast in this world. A hearty laughter reverberated throughout the square. Not only Luo Binxi, even Jiang Chen stopped moving. A man with countless rings on his body walked out from the square. His skin was dark and his face was filled with arrogance. His eyes were shining with an unconcealable splendor, as if he had found a huge treasure. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The man's appearance was somewhat puzzling. The large and small necklaces in his hands were extremely eye-catching. Jiang Chen and Luo Binxi's gaze landed on this strange man. Who are you? Luo Binxi asked. He was also heavily injured. The sudden appearance of this fella gave him a huge shock. It doesn't matter who I am. It's obvious that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You didn't even notice it. I have to say, the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor is so stupid. No wonder they were annihilated. Ha ha ha. I'm Yu Tianfeng. One has the myriad chi physique. The other has the divine origin essence physique. To think that I've gained so much from this trip. You're making me nervous. Yu Tianfeng said with a smile. Looks like another one that wants to take advantage of the situation. Wearing a body full of treasures, it's quite eye-catching. One should not flaunt one's wealth, but he's revealing everything. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. This fella doesn't look like someone that's easy to deal with. Moreover, he did not even notice his appearance. This shows how terrifying this fella is in terms of concealment. The Wolf clan of the Ice Emperor, the 9-generation Yu clan, the 3 great royal guardian clans. How could my Imperial Beast clan miss out? You guys are merely the demonic beasts under the Snow Emperor. Now, you guys finally know your place. My Imperial Beast clan is the true leader of the demonic beasts. Chapter 27-29. Imperial Beast Clan? Not only Yu Huagan. Even Luo Binci was shocked. Even the Imperial Beast Clan had interfered. It seemed like the situation was getting out of control. The Imperial Beast Clan, the 9 Generations Feather Clan and the Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan were known as the 3 royal guardian clans of the northern Cold Divine region in the ancient era. Not many people knew about them, but the Snow Emperor's name was well known. These 3 clans were the final protectors of the Snow Emperor in the ancient era. However, as the Snow Emperor disappeared, the 3 clans that were already dissatisfied with each other fell apart. The Imperial Beast Clan left Liao Bei. That's why the Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan stole the Cold Ice Throne and the 9-generation Yu Clan defended it with their lives. The Imperial Beast Clan was one of the most mysterious clans. They were different from the Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan and the Yu Clan. They were not demonic beasts but humans. The Yu Clan had already retracted their demon form and intermarried with humans. The current Yu Clan was the result of the fusion between humans and Yu Clan. Only the Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan could be considered as a true demonic beast bloodline. The Imperial Beast Clan left Liao Bei a long time ago. Could it be that you want to make a comeback? Luo Binci sneered as he looked at Yu Tianfeng. This fellow was not weak. Even he had to be careful. Haha, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Liao Bei is the homeland of my Imperial Beast Clan. How can it be called a comeback? The one who wants to make a comeback and rule over Liao Bei should be your Wolf Clan, right? There was only one bloodline left. It seemed like the destruction of the Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan was imminent. Ha! Yu Tianfeng's smile became even brighter. At this moment, he was the final victor. The Imperial Beast Clan is the strongest among the 3 clans. Unifying Liao Bei is a piece of cake now. The Yu Clan is declining and your Wolf Clan only has 1 person left. What ability do you have to show off? You want to regain your former glory with your own strength? You're just daydreaming. Haha. Even the ancient dragon sacrificial altar that you're so proud of has been destroyed by someone. What a pity. Yu Tianfeng curled his lips and said. His sour tone made Luo Binci even angrier. You would have already done it if you're not afraid of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Humph. You're still making sarcastic remarks, shameless. Luo Binci said coldly. His slender fingers were trembling non-stop. His eyes filled with fighting spirit. Haha, you're right. I really admire this little brother. A half-step divine king has broken the ancient dragon sacrificial altar with a single strike. Even a hierarch expert might not be able to escape from it. You're indeed the myriad chi body. However, you're all at the end of your rope now. It's time for me to show up. Haha, you're right. Yu Tianfeng was the fisherman who reaped the benefits. No one had expected this scene. The Imperial Beasts clan had already disappeared from their memories. No one had expected that the clan that had disappeared for millions of years would reappear at this moment. Including Yu Huagan, he had no idea about it at all. The Yu clan had declined from generation to generation. Therefore many things were lost. Many legendary stories were buried in the coffins by the experts of the clans. Otherwise, the clans were weak. The more they knew, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. In the end, Yu Huagan only knew that his clan used to worship the portrait of the Snow Emperor. What a good show. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We've fought until now, but all our efforts have been for you. Jiang Chen smiled. You can't say that. It's all luck. Who told you to be so stupid? Ha ha. Yu Tianfeng said confidently, treating Jiang Chen and the others like ants. It's hard to imagine. The myriad chi body and the divine yuan essence body. I'll refine both of you at the same time. It'll be the greatest breakthrough in history. I'll definitely reach the Emperor realm within 100 years. There are fewer and fewer Emperor realm experts in the world now. Not many people know that once I reach the Emperor realm, I'll be able to roam freely in the northern cold divine region. The central region divine land will be under my feet. Yu Tianfeng's eyes were sharp. Who would have thought that he would have such an opportunity? It was a great fortune. Don't forget, Yu Tianfeng. I still have 2,000 divine king beasts. It's too early to be happy. Luo Binci waved his hand. Even though his strength had yet to recover, as long as these 2,000 divine king beasts could buy him some time, he wouldn't be afraid of Yu Tianfeng anymore. In an instant, thousands of divine king realm puppet demonic beasts rushed towards Yu Tianfeng in an almost one-sided manner. The beasts were unstoppable. Even though Yu Tianfeng was confident in his strength, he didn't dare to face them head-on. Damned fella. As expected of a centipede. Even the Ice Emperor's wolf clan that had gone extinct millions of years ago still has this capability. Yu Tianfeng was shocked, but he did not dare to be negligent. Facing the incomparable beast tide, his expression was incomparably solemn. Even a half-step hierarch expert might not be able to survive under my hundreds and thousands of beasts, Luo Binci said confidently. However, Jiang Chen saw the confidence in Yu Tianfeng's eyes. Yu Tianfeng seemed to have a plan in mind. Haha, beasts puppets? Aren't they still beasts? Don't forget why my Imperial Beast Clan is called the Imperial Beast Clan. It's because my Imperial Beast Clan has the peerless divine ability to control countless demonic beasts in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I want to see how many demonic beasts can withstand my Imperial Beast collar. Yu Tianfeng laughed, but he didn't dare to be careless, because there were too many beasts. Even if he was a member of the Imperial Beast Clan, even if he had countless beast collars, he still needed to release them step by step. Yu Tianfeng held hundreds of beast collars in his hand. His silhouette flashed 9 times, constantly appearing in the midst of those beasts. He didn't dare to underestimate them. If he made any mistakes, he would be attacked from behind. Imperial Beast Collars. Control all beasts. None dare to disobey. Yu Tianfeng saw hundreds of demonic beasts being trapped the moment he let go of the hundreds of Imperial Beast Collars. Each Imperial Beast Collar had trapped 3 to 5 demonic beasts, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Only 1/5 of the demonic beasts were trapped, and there was still an endless stream of attacks. Yu Tianfeng's expression became extremely grave. Adamantine Imperial Beast Bracelet. Yu Tianfeng attacked again, retreating as he fought. However, he was still injured by quite a number of demonic beasts, suffering several minor injuries. Chapter 27:30. Thousands of demonic beasts were kept into the Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet by Yu Tianfeng. At this moment, there were only a few hundred demonic beasts left on the plaza. Yu Tianfeng continuously unleashed the terrifying Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet. Each time the bracelet smashed down, tens of demonic beasts would be smashed into pieces. This Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet is probably a terrifying origin divine tool. Jiang Chen was shocked. This fella is truly terrifying. No wonder he's the descendant of the Imperial Beast Clan. He's not any weaker than the Wolf Clan of the Ice Emperor. The Yu Clan should be the most declined. Yu Huagong couldn't help but sigh. He's too weak compared to them. He's a disgrace to the 9 generations of Yu Clan. You guys deserve to die under my Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet. Even Hierarch Realm demonic beasts wouldn't dare to fight against me. Yu Tianfeng said confidently. If it was a Hierarch Realm expert, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, as a descendant of the Imperial Beast Clan, he was well versed in the art of taming beasts. Plus, the Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet was a divine tool that perfectly countered the demonic beasts. 2,000 demonic beasts were either killed or trapped by Yu Tianfeng. Luo Binci was dumbfounded. He never expected the ending to be so dramatic. Could it be that his God Wolf Clan was so weak? It was the same in Jiang Chen's hands and now it was the same in Yu Tianfeng's hands. Luo Binci's pride was crushed. Is the Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan going to fall like this? Tofu with brine, everything has its counter. It couldn't be said that Luo Binci's beast puppet wasn't strong enough, because Yu Tianfeng was the perfect counter to it. The Imperial Beast Clan cultivated beast taming techniques. All beasts would be weakened in front of them. Hand over the Heart of Frost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yu Tianfeng looked at Luo Binci coldly and shouted, Heart of Frost? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He didn't expect the Ice Emperor's wolf clan to be so secretive. The Heart of Frost should be related to the Snow Emperor. I don't know what you're talking about, Luo Binci said coldly. You don't know what I'm talking about? Ha ha, what a joke. You stole the Snow Empress' two greatest treasures. Who doesn't know about the Ice Throne and the Heart of Frost? Otherwise, why would the Snow Empress be so furious? Do you think I'm a fool? Without the Heart of Frost, you wouldn't be able to live to this day even if your old ancestor was extremely powerful and the ancient dragon sacrificial altar absorbed the dragon energy from the earth veins. You're not even a hierarch yet. Haha, you must be dreaming. Therefore, the Heart of Frost must be here. Yu Tianfeng said confidently. He believed that the Frost Heart was in Luo Binci's hands. The Heart of Frost is the Snow Empress' supreme treasure. Why is it in my hands? The Ice Throne has already been snatched back by the Snow Empress. Don't slander me. Even if I have to fight to the end today, I won't be framed by you. Robin said resolutely, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'd like to see how long you can last. I must get the Heart of Frost. As for you, you can slowly refine it and help me achieve the Great Tao. That's the best choice. Yu Tianfeng took a step forward. His thunderous rage caused the clouds to surge. Luo Binci looked like he was facing a great enemy. The battle between the two of them was about to start. The battle between Yu Tianfeng and Robin's was quite intense. However, Jiang Chen looked at the 16 divine burying flags. The 16 divine burying flags were not like his own. They were all primordial divine tool-level treasures. If he were to use them to form a formation, it would be a great killing weapon. Moreover, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar was a place where the earth veins converged. The 16 divine burying flags had truly transformed. The 16 divine burying flags were what Jiang Chen wanted the most. The Heart of Frost. Do you know what it is? Jiang Chen looked at Yu Huagan and asked. Yu Huagan shook his head. He was frustrated. He never thought that the 9 generations of Yu clan, the royal guardian clan of the Snow Emperor, would know nothing about it. The Ice Emperor's wolf clan that was exterminated and the Imperial Beast clan that had left the stage of Liao Bei a long time ago were all true experts. On the contrary, he felt that his clan was not a true great clan. If that's the case, then I'll take out these divine burying flags first. Jiang Chen thought. While Yu Tianfeng and Robins were fighting, he did not panic at all. He took out the divine burying flags one by one and kept them in his pouch. The entire ancient dragon sacrificial altar was shaking. However, Jiang Chen did not care. He kept the 16 divine burying flags. He had gained quite a lot. Mister, you want to keep those broken flags? There are more than a dozen of them in our Yu clan's treasury. However, they are all in a corner. No one has touched them since I can remember. If it wasn't for the ancestors, I would have thrown them away long ago. Mister, if you like them, you can choose any of them if you can leave this place. Yu Huagan's words almost made Jiang Chen cough out a mouthful of blood. What? There are more than a dozen of them in your house? And you want to throw them away like trash? What a waste. However, Yu Huagan did not know how terrifying the divine burying flags were. He could not unleash their true power. It was reasonable for him to treat them like weapons. To think that I've become a trash collector. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose and shook his head with a bitter smile. At this moment, Yu Tianfeng and Luo Binci were evenly matched. Neither of them had the absolute strength to suppress the other. But at this moment, neither of them dared to be careless. Jiang Chen was ready to reap the benefits from the fight. Since they like to fight, then let them fight. Jiang Chen was ready to reap the benefits from the fight. Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet. Ice Wolf Physique. The Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet hit Robin's body. Horrifying ice crystals kept falling. Robins was forced to take a few steps back with a pale face. I've said it before. Not even a hierarch realm demonic beast dares to act recklessly in front of me. You're not my match. The Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet is your nemesis. Yu Tianfeng said and once again approached Robins. Robins used all his strength but was still cautious. Yu Tianfeng had the upper hand. Every time the Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet hit him, his body would tremble. Ice Emperor's Domain. Luo Binxi's blue eyes suddenly flashed. The entire plaza was instantly frozen. A terrifying chill swept out from the Ice Emperor's domain. At this moment, Dongpa Tianqi was frozen to death in the Ice Emperor's domain. Chapter 2731. Ice Emperor's Domain? So this is the Ice Emperor's wolf clan's true ability. Not bad. Yu Tianfeng sneered as the Ice Emperor's domain spread out, surrounding him. Luo Binxi's aura was also powerful. The Ice Emperor's domain was extremely cold. It could freeze one's blood, suffocating one. Dongpa Tianqi was the best example. Accept the Ice Emperor's domain's restriction. Luo Binxi shouted angrily. An extremely cold aura rose from the square, like an ice dragon, and spread across the square. That's more like it. Yu Tianfeng's expression was cold as he continuously retreated. In the Ice Empress domain, even the flow of blood in his body had slowed down, and it almost froze. No matter how much you attack me, I will break it with one move. Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet. Kill him. Yu Tianfeng threw out the Adamantine Imperial Beast Bracelet. The bracelet shone brightly as it collided with the ice dragon. The ice dragon was completely crushed by the bracelet. Layer by layer, the ice dragon collapsed. However, the Adamantine Imperial Beast Bracelet's attack didn't stop there. It continued to press on towards Luo Binxi. A strange and terrifying power that surpassed all beasts forced Luo Binxi to retreat twice. Yu Tianfeng stood proudly as the Ice Emperor's domain was broken by him. Luo Binxi was heavily injured. His face was pale and his blue hair was messy. What else do you have now? Ha! You can't kill me. I'm the only descendant of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. Luo Binxi retreated subconsciously. He knew that he had nowhere else to go. Why don't you give me a reason? Tell me. Yu Tianfeng looked at Luo Binxi with interest and chuckled. We can join hands and defeat the Yu clan. At that time, you'll be able to rule Liao Bei. I'm sorry, I don't have such ambition. A mere Liao Bei is nothing in my eyes. What I want is the endless divine origin essence in your body. I'm sure you've already eaten countless supreme-grade divine origin stones in the dragon vein underground. Yu Tianfeng shook his head and sighed, but this was the perfect work of art in front of him. Although I have eaten quite a number of supreme-grade divine origin stones, the most precious thing underground is still the Frost Heart. You should know better than me that if you refine me, you will never be able to obtain the Frost Heart. Luo Binxi said hysterically. His eyes were extremely cold. He wanted to kill Yu Tianfeng, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape death. This was the only way. How about this? I'll give you a way out. Compared to the Heart of Frost, you are indeed inferior. Yu Tianfeng said after a moment of silence. It's a deal. Luo Binxi retreated slowly, looking at Yu Tianfeng cautiously. The Heart of Frost is under the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Luo Binxi said as his eyes flickered. For his life, for the inheritance of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan, he would not yield. Yu Tianfeng's eyes brightened. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar had already begun to crack inch by inch, while Zhang Chen silently observed from the side. The Heart of Frost is mine. Back then, the Snow Emperor's strongest move, 10,000 miles of ice, was casted by the Heart of Frost. Yu Tianfeng said excitedly, his eyes blazing as he stared at the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. With a single palm strike, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar shattered into pieces. However, a ray of blue light shot through the air, instantly sending Yu Tianfeng flying. Yu Tianfeng's face was pale. Although he was prepared for this attack, he was still heavily injured. Emperor Realm. Soul. Yu Tianfeng sucked in a cold breath. Zhang Chen squinted his eyes, staring at the blue figure in front of him. An Emperor Realm expert soul? Sure enough, it was terrifyingly powerful. It was completely different from the soul of the Emperor Realm expert he had seen in the tomb of the God of Sin. Why are the Emperor Realm expert souls in the divine tomb so weak? Why did these souls not enter the divine tomb? Countless questions arose in Zhang Chen's mind, but he still could not find the answer. At least, he did not have the ability to uncover the truth. What kind of world was the divine tomb? Why did his father not go through the divine tomb when he entered the divine world? A series of questions made him even more curious about the Emperor Realm expert's soul. However, even if it was only a remnant soul, the Emperor Realm Expert soul was still suffocating. Even if it did not have the strength of a Hierarch Realm Expert, it was not far from it. How dare you come and disturb the cultivation place of my wolf clan? The Imperial Beast clan is really generous. Although the Emperor Realm Expert soul had lost its former glory, its terrifying soul energy was still extremely strong. Its appearance made Jiang Chen and Yu Tianfeng feel as if they were facing a great enemy. A white robe, cold eyes, looking down on all living beings. This was the Emperor Realm Expert's soul. Senior. Is not as good as Samsara. Respect, respect. Yu Tianfeng gritted his teeth as his face turned pale. He kept retreating. Oh. You know about Samsara? Ha ha. What a joke. I have the heart of frost. It's not difficult for me to escape from Samsara. There are immemorial experts who can be reborn from a dead end. How can I, Luo Jing, not have the hope of being reborn from a 30,000 li dragon vein? My wolf clan will not fall just like that. Luo Jing looked at the heavens with disdain. His eyes were as sharp as swords. His aura was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Although he was just a soul, his aura was enough to make countless people worship him. Ancestor. Luo Binci said excitedly with a solemn expression. Luo Jing looked at him and nodded silently. After all, he was the only descendant of the wolf clan. I did not know that the wolf clan's great emperor is here. I have offended you, please forgive me. Yu Tianfeng said in a low voice. Now that the Ice Wolf Great Emperor was here, although he was only a soul, no one could compare to him. The soul of a great emperor was the strongest existence, at least in this underground dragon vein. Do you think that you can leave peacefully with just one sentence? Luo Jing Lunglung said. His aura shrouded Yu Tianfeng. Yu Tianfeng's expression changed. Jiang Chen did not expect that there would be an Emperor Realm soul here. It was shocking. However, the wolf race's great monarch's gaze was focused on him. Without a doubt, it was the myriad chi that attracted his attention. The body of the myriad chi is really surprising. The Heart of Frost can finally be used. With the help of the myriad chi to reforge my body, this is really exciting. Chapter 2732. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as ice. No wonder he was from the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor. Just like Luo Binci, he wanted to refine me. However, the Emperor Realm soul was much more terrifying this time. It was not the Emperor Realm soul in the Divine Tomb. The Emperor Realm soul in the Divine Tomb seemed to have been weakened and the aura of the Emperor Realm was no longer there. The Imperial Beast clan will die for sure. Therefore, you can only stay here and be my slave for the rest of my clan. Luo Jing looked at Yu Tianfeng and said as if he did not put Yu Tianfeng in his eyes. Even if I die, I will not surrender. How can the Imperial Beast clan be slaves for eternity under such a lowly and inferior clan like you? Humph. So what if it's the soul of an Emperor Realm expert? My Imperial Beast clan specializes in suppressing the demonic Beast clan. Yu Tianfeng said solemnly because he didn't know whether he could survive or not. No one knew how terrifying the soul of an Emperor Realm expert was. However, the dreadfulness of an Emperor Realm expert was the supreme existence of the heavens and earth. One could roughly understand how powerful an Emperor Realm expert was by looking at it from a single glance. Luo Jing's strength, confidence and overbearingness made Yu Tianfeng feel uneasy. This was the dignity of an expert. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Hehe. In the past, even the ancestors of your Imperial Beast clan did not dare to be so arrogant in front of me. The new generation excels the old. Each wave is stronger than the previous one. However, it's a pity that you have met me. Luo Jing said faintly. If Yu Tianfeng was not a member of the Imperial Beast clan, he would not even bother to talk to him. Wait till I regain my position as an emperor and come back to life. I will definitely destroy the Imperial Beast clan. Luo Jing's words made Yu Tianfeng's body tremble and his facial expression changed. The Emperor Realm was an unreachable existence, at least for now. The most powerful expert in the Imperial Beast clan was only at the Hierarch Realm. If it was someone else who said this, Yu Tianfeng might laugh it off or even snort in disdain. However, the person in front of him was once a king. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar gathered the dragon chi of the earth veins and the heart of frost to form an emperor every 10,000 years. Yu Tianfeng glanced at Jiang Chen eagerly. That guy's fate might be the one that could put him at the bottom. However, Yu Tianfeng had no choice but to be a warrior who would die in battle. Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet. Activate. Yu Tianfeng took the lead and attacked Luo Jing's soul. You really have the courage to attack me, he. Luo Jing smiled indifferently. He threw out a palm and it collided with the adamantine Imperial Beast Bracelet. They were in a stalemate. Yu Tianfeng had used all his strength but Luo Jing was still smiling calmly. He was not worried at all. I still can't defeat him. Jiang Chen sighed. He had already guessed the result. No matter how powerful Yu Tianfeng was, he was only a late divine king. No matter how powerful he was, it was useless in front of a real king. Get lost. Luo Jing said indifferently. He pushed the bracelet with great force and Yu Tianfeng was sent flying. Even the adamantine Imperial Beast Bracelet was sent flying, and it fell on Yu Tianfeng's body. Puff! Yu Tianfeng spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. He was extremely sad. He had never expected that he would be defeated here. As the most outstanding genius of the Imperial Beast clan and the vanguard of the Liaobei region, he was defeated by the ancestor of the Wolf clan. Although Yu Tianfeng was unwilling to accept it, he could not change the outcome. However, Yu Tianfeng was unwilling to accept it. This was his only chance. If he could not defeat Luo Jing, his fate would end here. I don't believe that I will fight you to the death. Yu Tianfeng shouted with all his might. Imperial Beast Heavenly Voice. Yu Tianfeng stared at Luo Jing without blinking. The Heavenly Beast roar was deafening and the sound wave spread over 1,000 miles. No demonic beast could escape from him. The dreadful sound wave made Jiang Chen frown. He protected Yu Huagan and retreated continuously. Although Jiang Chen was in the human dragon form, he was not afraid of the Imperial Beast Heavenly Sound Suppression. However, the sound wave attack alone was enough to kill Yu Huagan in a split second. Edited by Lifer and Fingerfox, such a powerful sound wave attack. Even an ordinary half-step hierarch might not be able to withstand it. Yu Huagan's face fell and he gasped. Jiang Chen had protected him more than once. Yu Huagan admired and was grateful to Jiang Chen. Without Jiang Chen, he would not be able to make it to where he was today. He would not even know that the 9 generations of Yu clan was the guardian clan of the legendary Emperor Snow Emperor. Yu Huagan was shocked by what he saw. Needless to say, Yu Tianfeng was very powerful. As a prodigy of the Imperial Beast clan, his strength was undeniable. Even Luo Binxi's face turned pale. He covered his ears, trying to resist the Imperial Beast sound with difficulty. The Imperial Beast sound's effect on demonic beasts was not just a little bit stronger. You are just a fool. Luo Jing shouted angrily. The Imperial Beast Heavenly Voice could oppress Luo Jing, especially when he was in his soul form. However, even though Luo Jing was only a soul form, he was still very powerful. He was an Emperor Realm expert who could move mountains and fill up seas. He was invincible. Even though his wings were broken, he was still a dragon among humans and a king among beasts. How dare you compete with the brilliance of the moon? Even though you have 72 transformations, you will not be able to escape death under my ancestors' divine power. Luo Binxi sneered and said. His lips were twisted. However, Luo Jing's attack was like a mountain. In an instant, he suppressed Yu Tianfeng. The power of his palm was invincible. Yu Tianfeng's Imperial Beast Heavenly Voice collapsed instantly, and Luo Binxi was on the verge of death. Yu Tianfeng was defeated in the end. There was no suspense in the battle. Yu Tianfeng looked up to the sky and sighed. It was a pity that all his efforts were in vain under the pressure of the Emperor Realm's soul. In the future, I will kill everyone in the Imperial Beast clan. Luo Jing waved his hand and Yu Tianfeng's soul was crushed. Yu Tianfeng's eyes were empty and he fell down slowly. Ancestors' divine might is unrivaled, unstoppable. Luo Binxi said loudly. He was in awe of Luo Jing. However, it was a pity that he could not get the myriad chi body. Otherwise, he would be able to reach the Emperor Realm in the future. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Don't worry. I will give you a strand of the myriad chi. The future of the Wolf clan depends on your luck. You are the only descendant of the Wolf clan after all. In the past, your father and I sacrificed our life and death energy to set up the ancient dragon sacrificial altar to save your life. From that moment onwards, you have shouldered the glorious mission of the Wolf clan. The glory of the royal family cannot be violated. Luo Jing said faintly. Yes, Ancestor. Chapter 2733. Young man, you should be honored to be refined by me. Really? How could he kill someone so righteously? Even when he did something unreasonable, he still felt that he was an existence that couldn't be offended. How could an Emperor Realm expert be so shameless? What a joke. Hee. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Luo Jing without any respect. To him, so what if Luo Jing was an Emperor Realm expert? He was just a remnant soul. What right did he have to show off in front of him? Could it be that Luo Jing wanted to eat him and Luo Jing had to wash his neck and wait for his death? An Emperor Realm expert was worthy of respect. However, Luo Jing was just a spirit. His golden body had been destroyed but his spirit was still alive. He did not want to enter the divine tomb because he had his own means. However, in Jiang Chen's point of view, this was not a reason for him to surrender. Since Luo Jing wanted to refine Jiang Chen, he would become Jiang Chen's enemy. You overestimate yourself. There are so many people who want to be refined by our ancestors. However, none of them are qualified to be refined by us. Who do you think you are? I can destroy you at any time. Luo Binci looked at Jiang Chen in disdain. Jiang Chen was supposed to be mine. However, Yu Tianfeng came out of nowhere and messed up all his plans. Ha! You are flattering me. Why don't you ask our ancestors if they want to refine you first? You are also a divine origin essence. You might not be weaker than me. Jiang Chen snorted. He did not even bother to look at him. This kind of trash was not qualified to fight with him. There's no point in talking too much. Ancestor, let's kill him now. It's not worth pitying a guy like him. Luo Binci said fiercely. Luo Jing did not speak but looked at Jiang Chen. Lang Lang said, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Why should I be afraid of you?" Jiang Chen asked. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Luo Jing was a little surprised. This guy was really daring. Yu Tianfeng was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Yu Huagon was so scared that he did not dare to make a sound. However, Luo Jing stared at Luo Jing and did not give in. "Why did I die? Don't you think it's too early to say that before you refine me?" Jiang Chen said confidently. "I really don't know what made you so confident in front of the soul of an Emperor Realm expert. There are many people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but you're the dumbest one I've ever seen." Luo Jing smiled. He put away his previous coldness and anger. Such a person was indeed interesting. At least to him. He was not afraid of such a person. In fact, it was rare to see such a person. If he was in the Emperor Realm, Luo Jing would be as respectful as a deity. You said it yourself, it's just the soul of an Emperor Realm expert. It's not like I haven't defeated the soul of an Emperor Realm expert before. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes were burning and he was not afraid at all. Luo Jing's pupils contracted and he said in a deep voice, "You said you defeated the soul of a great emperor? What is there to be surprised about? Is the soul of an Emperor Realm expert really that dangerous?" Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said casually. On one hand, it was to relieve his stress. On the other hand, it was a feint so that Luo Binci would not be so unscrupulous. Then he would have a chance. Bullshit. Do you think that an Emperor Realm expert is a carrot that can be found everywhere? Luo Binci said angrily. Luo Jing looked at him and the latter smiled embarrassedly. He then stepped back and did not dare to say another word. Yu Huagon was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. Even the soul of an Emperor Realm expert was defeated by Jiang Chen? Yu Huagon found it hard to believe. However, Jiang Chen had created too many legends, too many unimaginable things, it was hard to believe. 10 million divine souls have entered the tomb of the god of sin. Why didn't you enter the tomb of the god of sin? After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Luo Jing's expression changed and he squinted his eyes. He could not believe how Jiang Chen knew all these. There was a reason why he did not enter the divine tomb. The dragon vein and the heart of frost had helped him to survive and not enter the divine tomb. You came from the immortal world. What did you see in the divine tomb? Luo Jing was nervous. Since ancient times, people would enter the tomb of the god of sin after they died. There were countless souls in the tomb of the god of sin for millions of years. They would enter the tomb of the god of sin and be reincarnated. This was human nature. No one knew how terrifying the tomb of the god of sin was. However, Luo Jing had wandered into the tomb of the god of sin, and escaped from the control of the tomb of the god of sin with a heart of frost. If one did not want to enter the divine tomb, he would have to be extremely powerful or be in a strange space to avoid the suction force of the divine tomb. However, even an Emperor Realm expert had to enter the divine tomb. It was a rule that had never changed. It could be said that it was the only rule in the world. Some people who came from the immortal world could enter the divine tomb. However, people from the divine world could not enter the divine tomb. Even an Emperor Realm expert could not see through everything in the world. An Emperor Realm soul was broken by me. If you don't believe me, come at me. I, Jiang Chen, will fight you to the end. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice with a cold expression. However, he knew that this battle was going to be difficult. The Emperor Realm soul in the divine tomb was incomparable to the current Emperor Realm soul. Since you are not willing to tell me, I will make you kneel in front of me. Luo Jing looked at Jiang Chen with murderous intention. Most importantly, this guy knew about the divine tomb and he seemed to have defeated the Emperor Realm soul in the divine tomb. Luo Jing did not dare to belittle him. However, Luo Jing still wanted to let Jiang Chen know who the real king was. Brat, just wait for your death. How can an ordinary person like you fight against the might of our ancestor? Luo Binsi was ready to laugh at Jiang Chen. This guy really thought that he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He dared to fight against his ancestor. He would not even know how he would die later. Mister, please be careful. Yu Huagan warned in a low voice. He wasn't afraid of death, but Jiang Chen didn't deserve to die. If it wasn't for his Yu family, Jiang Chen wouldn't have fallen into this predicament. Yu Huagan only felt guilty towards Jiang Chen now. Today's fight will not end until one of us dies. Jiang Chen and Luo Jing looked into each other's eyes and immediately casted the ancient soaring dragon technique. The soul of an Emperor Realm expert was incomparable. Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill Luo Binsi. However, he had no idea how powerful the opponent was when facing an Emperor Realm expert. The ancient soaring dragon technique and the heavenly dragon sword had multiplied Jiang Chen's strength. When he swung his sword, thunderbolts swept across all directions. Even Luo Binsi's face fell. He could not stop Jiang Chen's sword. This guy seemed to be the weakest, but he was terrifying. Not bad. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Chapter 2734. Luo Jing retreated as he fought. However, it was not because he was forced to retreat. He was calculating Jiang Chen's means. Compared to Luo Jing, Jiang Chen was obviously inferior in terms of experience and means. After all, he was once an Emperor Realm expert. How could he be ordinary? Being able to become an Emperor Realm expert was enough to prove how powerful he was. Jiang Chen knew that if his heavenly dragon sword did not awaken its sword soul, it would not be able to cause any harm to Luo Jing. Both of them retreated and advanced. Both of them were fighting fiercely and neither of them was willing to relax. How many years has it been since I last fought to my heart's content? Luo Jing's eyes were shining brightly. Jiang Chen had aroused his fighting spirit. Every time he attacked, Luo Jing was calm and composed. He was suppressing Jiang Chen more and more. Jiang Chen was also cautious. This Emperor Realm expert was not the same Emperor Realm expert who was suppressed in the Divine Tomb. Fighting Soulstorm, I want to be the best. Luo Jing covered the sky with his hand and the storm swept across. Sand and stones were flying everywhere. What was more terrifying was his fighting soul storm. It was a storm that swept across the soul. Although Jiang Chen's soul power had already surpassed the hierarch realm, he still could not resist Luo Jing's terrifying means. The fighting soul storm flashed across his mind. Jiang Chen's soul felt like it was tightly shackled. It was a feeling that he had never felt before. So powerful. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shouted angrily. He retreated. The soul shackle had made him lose the ability to attack. He was completely on the defensive. Although his soul power was strong, it was useless in front of an Emperor Realm expert. That was Jiang Chen's failure. His soul power was suppressed by Luo Jing and he could not use it. He had to be careful with every step he took. Great Yu Soul Forming Light, suppress. Jiang Chen took out the Great Yu Soul Forming Light. Thousands of souls were roaring crazily and it made Luo Jing tremble slightly. A terrifying soul power swept out from the Great Yu Soul Forming Light. Jiang Chen did not expect that the Great Yu Soul Forming Light would force Luo Jing to retreat. Jiang Chen had regained his freedom. Great Soul Derivation Skill. Jiang Chen took the initiative to attack again. The Great Soul Derivation technique covered the sky and the earth. Luo Jing took his time and attacked Jiang Chen fiercely. Most importantly, their souls seemed to be entangled with each other. The Great Soul Derivation technique could not refine Luo Jing's soul, and Jiang Chen was severely injured instead. The Great Yu Soul forming light in his hand was also oppressing Luo Jing with its imposing manner. Luo Jing and Jiang Chen were evenly matched in this short period of time. My soul power is still too weak compared to an Emperor Realm expert. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. He gritted his teeth and kept retreating. He was at a disadvantage now. Although he managed to suppress Luo Jing, his soul power was not comparable to Luo Jing's. Although Jiang Chen was arrogant, he was not ignorant. The soul power of an Emperor Realm expert was terrifying. Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Chen had no other choice but to suppress Luo Jing with the help of the Great Yu Soul forming light. However, the Divine Golden Bell was too weak. In other words, if the Divine Golden Bell was cast by the real Eastern Emperor Bell, it could even suppress an Emperor Realm expert to death, let alone an Emperor Realm soul. Unfortunately, the broken Eastern Emperor Bell could not suppress Luo Jing even after Jiang Chen had cast the Divine Golden Bell. Luo Jing was furious and his soul power covered the sky. Jiang Chen felt extremely pressured. If the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was here, he might be able to fight against Luo Jing. However, he had already fallen into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen held the Great Yu Soul forming light in his hand and decided to fight with his life on the line. At this moment, he did not expect the Great Yu Soul forming light to not disappoint him. The Great Yu Soul forming light was filled with resentment and it managed to stop Luo Jing's attack. Jiang Chen and Luo Jing retreated. Luo Jing's face turned gloomy. Jiang Chen had such a strange divine tool. There's such a strange divine tool in this world. It can stop my Emperor Realm soul attack. It's just a broken godly spiritual tool. Luo Jing said angrily. He was really angry now. It seems like the Great Yu Soul forming light is not as simple as it looks. Jiang Chen was still in fear. He did not have high hopes for the Great Yu Soul forming light. However, the Great Yu Soul forming light managed to stop Luo Jing's attack. No matter how terrifying the soul storm was, it seemed to be easily resolved. If I can put this guy's soul into the Great Yu Soul forming light, I'm afraid the Great Yu Soul forming light will change. Jiang Chen could not help but fantasize. However, the Emperor Realm soul was too powerful. Jiang Chen was prepared to run away any time. If he could not defeat the Great Yu Soul forming light, he would definitely not stay here and wait for his death. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell was broken, it could help him teleport. It was like he had another life. At the crucial moment, Jiang Chen could escape. Of course, this was his last resort. Jiang Chen did not dare to use it casually. He only had one chance and he would not use it unless he had no other choice. I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. After I refine you, the myriad qi will help me to be reborn. Luo Jing stared at Jiang Chen covetously. His heart was burning with passion. Jiang Chen was like a cooked duck to him. He could not wait to eat Jiang Chen. Heart of Frost, Dark Ice Sword. Luo Jing clenched both of his hands and a water blue crystal appeared in his hands. The moment the Heart of Frost appeared, the whole underground square became like an ice cave and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Both Yu Huagan and Luo Binxi's faces turned pale without a trace of blood on them. Jiang Chen kept retreating. He squinted his eyes and stared at the Heart of Frost. The square was filled with extreme coldness. Jiang Chen felt that his blood was going to freeze. 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation. Jiang Chen protected Yu Huagan in the formation. Unfortunately, Yu Huagan was still in great difficulty. He was shivering in the cold and the divine origin energy in his body was completely frozen. He was no different from an ordinary person. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. If it wasn't for the 5 Elemental True Fire, he would have been completely frozen. Even so, the 5 Elemental True Fire was still being suppressed by the Heart of Frost. The heat of the flame was gradually evaporating, but the fear of extreme coldness still shrouded Jiang Chen's heart. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the thickness of the layer of ice had already risen to more than a meter. Furthermore, this was not ordinary ice, but the profound ice released by the Frost Heart. The degree of coldness was so cold that even the 5 Elemental True Fire would find it difficult to resist. What a great Heart of Frost! Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. The dark ice sword was getting bigger and bigger in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. The power of extreme coldness was spreading, and it reduced Jiang Chen's strength. The power of frost swept across the sky. Jiang Chen was blocked by Luo Jing. Chapter 2735. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. The Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was formed and Jiang Chen resisted the mysterious ice sword. With the protection of the divine golden bell, the mysterious ice sword was gradually neutralized. However, Jiang Chen was completely frozen. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt that the world was collapsing. He knew that Luo Jing was going to kill him. Jiang Chen was frozen by the mysterious ice sword. Although the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor and the divine golden bell were protecting him, the extremely cold power of the ice frost still managed to penetrate through Jiang Chen's protection. In Jiang Chen's body, a blazing flame suddenly burst out. The 5-elemental true fire was like an erupting volcano and it broke through the ice frost. At that moment, he was ready to leave. If he continued like this, he would definitely be frozen into a popsicle. Jiang Chen did not know how powerful Luo Jing was. However, the heart of frost made him feel helpless. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. No one can escape from me, Luo Jing said proudly. Looking at Jiang Chen's predicament, he became more confident. His life and death could be decided in an instant. However, at that moment, the ice throne in his body started to tremble. Jiang Chen instinctively took out the ice throne. At that moment, Luo Jing was shocked. When he saw the ice throne in Jiang Chen's hand, his wrist trembled slightly. Ice throne. It's the ice throne. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really on my side. I didn't expect you to have the icy throne. It's true that there's nowhere to hide. When the icy throne and the heart of frost fuse into one, it becomes the cold river peak. One peak can fill the ocean, and the heart can freeze the Big Dipper. The cold river peak was the Snow Empress' most powerful trump card back then. Luo Jing said excitedly. It seemed like he had already regarded the ice throne as his possession. The Snow Emperor must be referring to the destructive ice god. This frost throne is actually one with the heart of frost? Jiang Chen took in a cold breath. The cold ice throne in his hand started to tremble at this moment. Jiang Chen knew that the ice throne was not an ordinary item. However, he did not know how to activate the ice throne. Kiddo Jiang Chen, you are really lucky to be able to come to the depths of the earth vein today. We are destined to be together. Ha ha ha. Tell me, what is your wish? I might be able to fulfill it for you. With the cold ice throne and the myriad chi body, I, Luo Jing, might be able to become a venerable emperor in the future. Jiang Chen did not expect Luo Jing to be so excited. However, the fusion of the cold ice throne and the heart of frost must be one of the most terrifying divine weapons in the world. Is the Snow Empress really that powerful? The destructive ice god must be him. Jiang Chen stared at Luo Jing. At this moment, Luo Jing did not rush towards Jiang Chen immediately. He was too happy and excited. He had been conquered by the heart of frost for thousands of years. He was able to survive the calamity of the divine tomb because of it. Now, when he wanted to be reborn, the myriad chi body came to him. He wanted to break through and fight against the divine world again. He was really lucky to have the ice throne. You know about the destructive ice god. It seems like you have a powerful background. However, the ice throne cannot save you. In the future, I will surpass the Snow Emperor. Luo Jing's eyes were shining brightly. It was as if he wanted to compete with the heavens. Jiang Chen was shocked. He did not know how powerful the destructive ice god was in the past. However, judging from Luo Jing's reaction, he knew that the destructive ice god was a famous person in the land of the 9 prefectures. He must be at the top of the pyramid. Is this the summoning of the heart of frost? Jiang Chen could not understand why the ice throne would appear out of nowhere. It should be because of the existence of the heart of frost. There must be a great attraction between the two. You have no idea how terrifying the ice throne is. Luo Jing sighed. However, at this moment, he was even more certain that he would become an unparalleled person like the Snow Emperor. Ice throne, merge with it. The heart of frost can't wait any longer. Luo Jing held the heart of frost with one hand and used his other hand to grab the ice throne in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen retreated continuously and wanted to protect the ice throne. However, he failed. The merging of the ice throne and the heart of frost was too terrifying. Jiang Chen could see that the two of them were like brothers. No matter how strong he was, he could not stop the ice throne. The ice throne and the heart of frost continued to merge with each other. Cold light shone. However, at the same time, it was more like they were helping each other. The ice throne and the heart of frost revolved around each other. As expected, they completely merged together. The diamond-shaped heart of frost was embedded in the ice throne. The cold light emitted from both of them was so dazzling that Jiang Chen had to close his eyes and dodge it. The cold river stone has finally succeeded. The ice throne and the heart of frost are the most terrifying weapons in the world. The cold river stone. Ha ha! Luo Jing's excitement was beyond words. At this moment, even the heavens and the earth seemed to be trembling in fear. The cold river stone in Luo Jing's hand became like a mountain. It was more than 10 feet long. He held the mountain in his hand and it seemed like he could pull it up. How can the word terrifying be used to describe the cold river stone? Jiang Chen murmured. The cold river stone was simply a weapon that could destroy the heavens and the earth. He finally knew that his heavenly dragon sword was not the most terrifying divine sword in the world. At least, the cold river stone was not any weaker than his heavenly dragon sword. Moreover, the extremely cold energy emitted from the cold river stone could even oppress one's state of mind and make it hard for one to breathe. This was a truly powerful weapon. Even a divine emperor might not be a match for me now. With the cold river stone in my hand, even if I am just a soul, I can still sweep across the world. Luo Jing said faintly. He regained his excitement and looked at Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed like he had become the one who was giving warmth to Luo Jing. Even his ice throne was taken away by Luo Jing. Now, it's finally your turn. Cold river stone. Cold mountain quake. Luo Jing casually threw the cold river stone in his hand towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed and he quickly entered the Zulong Tower. At that moment, Jiang Chen disappeared without a trace. However, the terrifying cold river stone had even suppressed the Zulong Tower. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to escape. Even though he was in the Zulong Tower, the oppressive force still made him breathless. The cold river stone is so strange? Even I am suppressed in the Zulong Tower? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He has a spatial divine tool. Never judge a book by its cover. Hehe. A mere half-step divine king. It's unbelievable. His whole body is filled with treasures. I, Luo Jing, am really blessed this time. Even Luo Jing did not expect Jiang Chen to escape. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to escape from this area. He must still be suppressed by the cold river stone. Luo Jing might not be able to find Jiang Chen now, but it did not mean that he would never be able to find Jiang Chen. Chapter 2736. Kacha, Kacha. The Zulong Tower was shaking and making cracking sounds. However, the Zulong Tower could repair itself. Otherwise, the cold river stone would have crushed the Zulong Tower. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that something was wrong in the myriad chi cauldron. The Iceman jumped out of the myriad chi cauldron and broke through the Zulong Tower. The moment the Iceman appeared, Luo Jing's face darkened and he fixed his eyes on the Iceman. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. The Iceman opened his eyes. Jiang Chen had never seen him open his eyes before. Is he still alive? Jiang Chen was shocked. It was the same for Luo Jing. The unusual aura seemed to be emitted from his body. It's the aura of the barbarian land? Luo Jing subconsciously took a step back. When the man in the ice opened his eyes, Luo Jing's heart became extremely solemn. The Iceman moved his palms slightly and the ice on his body disappeared. There was no water vapor or ice breaking. It was as if he suddenly appeared in the void and did not belong to this time and space. The man in the ice took a glance at Luo Jing and it seemed that he did not care about him at all. His gaze was as if he had traveled through the past and lived as long as the heavens and the earth. His gaze was as bright as the sun and the moon. It was not very powerful, but it was more powerful than countless mountains. Jiang Chen did not expect that the Iceman was still alive and he was so overbearing. He knew that in the eyes of the Iceman, he was like a grain of sand in the ocean. He did not have any strength to fight back in front of the Iceman. However, Jiang Chen knew that the Iceman would not hurt him. If it was not for the Iceman's help, he would have died and the divine tomb would have been his final destination. But who was this person in the ice? With such great power, Could it be that he was the destructive ice god? However, Jiang Chen denied this thought. If it was the destructive ice god, it was impossible for Luo Jing not to know him. Who are you? Luo Jing took a deep breath, and in the end, he was unable to restrain himself and shouted in a low voice. He had also voiced out Jiang Chen's doubts. However, this guy had always been in his myriad qi cauldron. This was the first time he had opened his eyes, dispelled the frost, and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a shapeless form between heaven and earth. The man in the ice looked lonely as he looked at his surroundings. He stared at the cold river stone in Luo Jing's hand and sighed. Feng Chen He, the cold river peak, does not enter the palace walls, but stands alone on the mountain. Bitterness, sorrow, helplessness. What era is this? The man in the ice said helplessly. His face was filled with sorrow and disappointment. You are deliberately mystifying. Who are you? Luo Jing shouted angrily. Now that he had the cold river stone in his hand, he could even fight against a divine emperor expert. Why would he be afraid of this man in ice? Even though he knew that the man in the ice was extraordinary, he was still determined to protect his dignity and glory. He could not allow anyone to trample on the soul of an emperor realm expert. Luo Jing did not expect the man in the ice to be so arrogant. Undeniably, he felt that the man in the ice was extraordinary. However, as an emperor realm expert, Luo Jing had never been treated like this before. Someone dared to ignore his existence. This was intolerable. The man in the ice frowned, but he did not look at Luo Jing. His eyes fell on the cold river stone. The feeling of being ignored was quite depressing, especially for Luo Jing, who was an emperor realm expert. Who could ignore him? Even the snow emperor in the past could not. I am going to kill you. Luo Jing snorted coldly. He held the cold river stone in his hand and took a step forward. The heaven and earth shook as he dashed towards the man in the ice. The man in the ice flicked his finger and Luo Jing's soul body started to distort and it even started to break apart. It is the power of the wilderness. Luo Jing's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, his spiritual soul started to break apart. He regretted that he should have run away from the earth vein. As for him, he had completely vanished from the world of mortals. Jiang Chen was shocked to see this. Even though he was used to such a scene and he was mentally prepared, he did not expect the ending to be so simple. The man in the ice flicked his finger and turned into ashes. The soul of an emperor realm expert turned into ashes at this moment. Everyone was dumbstruck. He was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end, so strong that they couldn't even muster the slightest will to resist. Jiang Chen did not expect this and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. The man in the ice was so powerful that it was ridiculous. Was this the power of an emperor realm expert? Jiang Chen couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He couldn't believe that even an emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to unleash such terrifying power with just a finger. According to Luo Jing, he was able to fight against a divine emperor with the cold river stone in his hand. However, could an emperor realm expert really destroy a divine emperor with just a finger? Jiang Chen did not know the answer. However, he knew that he must become as powerful as the man in the ice. He must become an unparalleled expert even if he had to go through thousands of mountains and rivers. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing as he looked at the man in the ice. The man in the ice looked back at Jiang Chen. When their eyes met, Jiang Chen felt like he was struck by lightning, because the power of the man in the ice had reached a certain realm. However, Jiang Chen wasn't weak either. Their eyes met for thousands of years, but in the end, the man in the ice gave Jiang Chen a meaningful glance and turned away quietly. Luo Binci was dumbfounded. He did not expect that his ancestor, whom he was so proud of, would be turned into ashes with just a finger. Isn't this too strange? However, it was a fact. He saw his ancestor being killed by the man in the ice with just a finger. Not even ashes were left behind. Luo Binci initially thought that the rise of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was inevitable. However, at this moment, all of his dreams had turned into a bubble. All of his pursuits had turned into an illusion. The Ice Emperor's wolf clan might really perish. The finger of the man in the ice seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens, leaving a huge shadow in Luo Binci's heart. He knew that his ancestor did not even have the slightest chance to retaliate in front of him. As for him, he was as weak as an ant. Yu Huagon finally saw what it meant to be a monarch, what it meant to be unparalleled and unparalleled. If I become the Qing Emperor in the future, I will be with the peach blossoms. The man in the ice murmured. He then took a step forward and disappeared into the earth vein. Jiang Chen looked at the man in the ice in a daze. His last glance seemed to be affirming Jiang Chen, but it also seemed to be doubtful. At least, Jiang Chen felt that the man in the ice emperor was not simple. Chapter 27:37. The man in the ice left quietly, but it left a great shock to Jiang Chen. What kind of existence was this man? Why was he trapped in the ice for so many years? In other words, he was willing to be trapped in the ice. At least, no one knew about it until now. Strong as the heavens, invincible. This was the attitude that a true expert should have. Jiang Chen's heart shivered, but he was still full of ambition. If it wasn't for this man in the ice, perhaps he would still be a frog in the well. At this moment, Jiang Chen had countless guesses in his mind. Perhaps, even an Emperor Realm expert might not be able to stand at the peak of this world. The moment before him was like a fleeting cloud, like a dream, but Jiang Chen could feel that it was real. The cold river stone fell on the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Currently, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar was already destroyed, but the cold river stone still attracted Jiang Chen's attention. The man in the ice did not take the cold river stone away. It seemed like he left it for Jiang Chen. At the same time, Luo Binci also looked at the cold river stone. At that moment, his eyes met with Jiang Chen's, revealing a greedy look. Although Luo Binci was shocked by the Iceman's terrifying strength, he was not afraid of Jiang Chen. That was why he became even more excited after the Iceman left. This cold river stone, I must have it, Luo Binci said. Even his ancestor loved this cold river stone, calling it the treasure of the Snow Emperor. One could see how terrifying it was. Just now, it suppressed Jiang Chen. The heart of frost fused with the ice throne. It was the most terrifying divine weapon in the world. Brat, you'd better not go against me. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial. Luo Binci looked at Jiang Chen with a gentle look. Both of them moved at the same time, but Jiang Chen's Great Void technique was more powerful, completely suppressing Luo Binci. Even though Luo Binci was prepared, he still could not snatch the cold river stone from Jiang Chen's hands. Your ancestor has already been annihilated. What right do you have to strut around? Jiang Chen said disdainfully. Luo Binci was still arrogant. His face was filled with anger. The cold river stone doesn't belong to you. It's the treasure of my Ice Emperor's wolf clan. Hand it over to me and you'll still have a chance to live. Otherwise, I will not let you leave this place. Reckless fellow. Jiang Chen's eyes were also incomparably cold. Even though he wasn't a match for an Emperor expert soul, a mere orphan from the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was nothing in his eyes. Azure Wolf Strike. Luo Binci's roar was like thunder as he used all of his strength to strike at Jiang Chen. Then, the cold river stone would be his. I have a sword that can slash the heavens, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Jiang Chen's arrogance soared to the heavens as the heavenly dragon sword soul was unsheathed. Sword shadows overlapped one another. Unstoppable. Luo Binci's pupils shrunk as his expression changed drastically. Before the Azure Wolf Strike could be unleashed, Jiang Chen had already slashed it down. At this moment, Luo Binci finally realized how terrifying Jiang Chen was. To be able to challenge his ancestor, this fellow was truly extraordinary. However, when he realized this, his aura had already faded away. No, I cannot die. I am the only descendant of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. Luo Binci murmured as he slowly fell to the ground, turning into a palm-sized crystal. Jiang Chen's lips curved upwards. The Ice Emperor's wolf clan, from this moment onwards, vanished from this world. The crystal the size of a palm appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. This should be the divine origin essence. I've seen it in the ancient books of my family. It appeared once in the Lone Dragon County, which caused more than 10 divine Emperor realm experts to fight to their death. There were many casualties and it was recorded in history. One could imagine how terrifying the divine origin essence was. In the past, there was an Emperor realm expert who refined an entire dragon vein and only obtained half an inch of divine origin essence. This thing was rare even for an Emperor realm expert. To think that this fella from the Ice Emperor's wolf clan actually devoured the entire supreme grade divine origin stone of the dragon vein. This divine origin essence should be around 4 inches in size. Yu Huagon took a deep breath as his expression became solemn. He had no regrets in his life as he was able to see the divine origin essence. However, He did not covet it at all. Although the dragon vein belonged to the 3 great clans, the clan lords of the 2 great clans had turned into dust. The dragon vein would definitely belong to the Yu clan in the future. Even though there were no more supreme-grade divine origin stones, those divine origin stone veins were still an astronomical figure. Moreover, Jiang Chen had saved him several times. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Yu Huagan would have died many times. How could he not know? Yu Huagan had always been a grateful person. Jiang Chen risked his life to explore the Yu clan's secret. Now that he had a narrow escape, the divine origin essence should belong to Jiang Chen. Not bad. This is a rare item. It's enough for me to cultivate to the hierarch realm. Jiang Chen smiled as he was extremely happy. The divine origin essence and the cold river stone were both good items. They were treasures that could shake the world. However, the Ice Emperor's departure had made Jiang Chen worried. Who was that person? The cold river stone is indeed a good item. With the cold river stone in my hand, even a hierarch realm expert would not be able to suppress me. Jiang Chen thought in his mind. However, when he tried to activate the cold river stone, he found that it didn't move at all. This is awkward. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. This cold river stone seems to have appeared before in my inherited memory. It's too powerful. With your current strength, you can't activate it. I guess we can only talk about it in the future. Maybe you can only use it after reaching the hierarch realm. The fire Qilint's voice appeared in Jiang Chen's mind with a hint of mockery. You fella, you can just say that I'm not strong enough. Motherfucker. Jiang Chen was fuming with anger. He had a treasure in his hand but he could not control it. That kind of feeling was extremely depressing. However, Jiang Chen was relieved in the end. The cold river stone was a god emperor's treasure in the past. It was reasonable that he could not use it. To activate the cold river stone, it was not something an ordinary person could do. However, the divine primordial essence was beneficial to Jiang Chen. He would be able to reach the hierarch realm with flying speed. I should go too. Jiang Chen must rush back to the Linhe boundary to save his father. After that, he must go to the Qilian boundary as someone was waiting for him there. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword, creating a path for himself. The heavenly dragon's sword roared and broke the stars. Jiang Chen brought Yu Huagan out of the underground dragon vein. Mister, are you really in a hurry to leave? My Yu clan has yet to thank you. Yu Huagan wanted to ask Jiang Chen to stay, but Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to leave. No need. Tell Yu Jingxian that I don't blame her. Jiang Chen said with a smile and shook his head. He looked at the mine on the ridge and sighed. Then he stepped into the sky and left. Ha! Yu Huagan looked up, but at that moment, Jiang Chen had already disappeared into the clouds. Chapter 2738. Yu Huagan was about to return to the Yu clan because it was his time to rise. Now that the patriarchs of the 2 great clans were dead, he could seize this opportunity to unify the entire Liaobei region. But at that moment, he saw the harpies digging at the entrance of the mine. It's Jing Fan and the others. Yu Huagan steadied himself and quickly walked towards them. At this moment, Yu Jing Fan and the others also noticed their father. Father? You're out? Yu Jing Fan said in disbelief. Father. Yu Jingxian jumped into her father's embrace. The word father was as heavy as a mountain. He was her protector for her whole life. After her mother passed away, her father became the only support for her siblings. Yu Jingxian could not imagine what she would do if her father passed away. Most importantly, her father had gone through a life and death situation. Life was impermanence. She did not want to bear this kind of pressure anymore. Father. Bai Yuma's eyes turned red. Yu Huagan's heart was filled with warmth as he hugged his 2 daughters. He did not know how long it had been since he hugged them like this. This warmth could not be replaced by anything. Oh right. Father, where's Mr.? Bai Yuma asked hastily. Jiang Chen was nowhere to be found and the 2 masters were nowhere to be found. Could it be that they were trapped in the mine? Bai Yuma's heart tightened as she thought about it. Dong Patianqi and Feng Luojiang are dead. Yu Huagan said solemnly. What about Mr.? Where is he now? Bai Yuma said worriedly. At this moment, Yu Huagan couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that his 2 infatuated daughters were feeling sad for Mr. Jiang Chen. However, Mr. Jiang Chen was like a high and mighty god that they could only dream of. If it was before, Yu Huagan would not have believed it. Jiang Chen was at most a half-step divine king and had the ability to save people. However, the battle under the earth vein had made him understand what it meant to be a frog in a well. Jiang Chen's strength was something that not even his great clan dared to compete with. Mr. is not injured and has left safely, Yu Huagan said solemnly. Sir, are you going to leave without a word? Bai Yuma murmured. She looked a little disappointed. The flame in her heart seemed to be extinguished at this moment. Sir, are you going to leave just like that? Bai Yuma was unwilling to accept it. Did he not expect anything in return after doing so much for her? Bai Yuma wanted to ask Master, but she knew that it would only make her more painful and sad. Since she had decided to leave, she should not forget about her future. Bai Yuma knew that it was impossible for her to be with Master. He wanted me to talk to you, Xiao Xian. He said he doesn't blame you. Yu Huagan whispered. Yu Jingxian was startled and Bai Yuma frowned as well. What's his name? Yu Jingxian looked at her father in surprise and asked subconsciously. She had 10,000 explanations in her mind, but she didn't dare to believe the most ridiculous one. His name is Jiang Chen. Boom! Yu Jingxian's face turned pale and her body was trembling. Her lips were trembling and it was heart-wrenching. She had never thought, never dared to think, that the familiar person was actually Jiang Chen. From the moment she saw him, she felt a familiar aura from him, but she didn't dare to guess too much. But at this moment, the name her father told her, that omnipotent and successful Mr. was actually him? Everything seemed to be too dramatic. Yu Jingxian was still in a state of confusion and didn't know what to do. However, who could understand the pain in her heart at this moment? Yu Jingxian felt like she was in a dream. No one could understand the heart-wrenching pain. When she woke up, her tears were still wet and she was leaning against the railing. Her tears fell like rain. She had already forgotten herself and knelt on the ground. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Only Yu Jingfan looked at Yu Jingxian silently. However, even he did not know the reason behind it. Yu Jingxian clutched her chest tightly, especially when Jiang Chen said, "I don't blame you." It pierced deep into her heart. No one could imagine how much she had suffered during this period of time, how much she blamed herself and how much her heart was torn apart. Who was she going to tell? Yu Jingxian did not expect that Jiang Chen was still alive. She was overjoyed. She did not expect that Jiang Chen would appear in the Yu family and help the Yu family overcome the crisis. He even saved her father. She pushed him into the abyss for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Who was she? Yu Jingxian sneered. She laughed at herself for being too naive and not knowing how to cherish this feeling. The moment Jiang Chen entered the Yu family, he had already forgotten about the enmity between the two of them. Especially when they were in the bamboo courtyard, the conversation between them was still vivid in his mind. Yu Jingxian could not forget Jiang Chen's words and his proud figure. He descended like a god to save her father and the Yu family. However, he left quietly. It had nothing to do with romance, but his sincerity. However, even if Jiang Chen did not blame her, could she really let it go? At least, no one could be so relieved. She was a human, not a god. She could not change anything, nor could she forget everything. It was like a brand in her heart that could not be erased. Was it love, hatred, parting, or sadness? Yu Jingxian could not tell. However, she would never be able to repay Jiang Chen's kindness. Even if she died 9 times, she would never be able to repay him. Jiang Chen, how can I, Yu Jingxian, be a human in this life? I wanted to die to repay your kindness and follow you. However, you miraculously came back alive and came like a god. I was caught unprepared and lost my love for you. Jiang Chen, I hate you, I hate you. Yu Jingxian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her eyes became blurry. That heart-tearing, lung-splitting roar caused everyone to sigh in shock and regret. Bai Yuma looked at her sister in front of her. Although she was sad, she felt more sympathy and pity for her sister. She could feel Yu Jingxian's pain of wanting to love but not being able to. She wanted to hate but not being able to. She wanted to die but not being able to. Yu Jingxian turned and left. Yu Jingfan and Bai Yuma wanted to chase after her but they were stopped by Yu Huagan. He murmured, "Without love, how can there be hatred? Since ancient times, love has only resulted in hatred. This hatred will never end. A teardrop pierced through the night sky and disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a temporary beauty. The night was dark. Yu Jingxian could not find the feeling of love. She could not find a shoulder to lean on. She was alone, drowning in pain. The broken fate had completely shattered her feelings. The feeling of letting go, the lowly. When she gradually woke up, right and wrong were reversed. The sad tears, the bitter taste, the feelings that she had struggled with for countless days and nights collapsed in a blink of an eye. Looking at the teardrop falling from the sky, covering the radiance of the moonlight. Looking at the stars quietly withering, blooming dazzlingly but briefly, disappearing into the vast sea of stars. At that moment, Yu Jingxian's heart was in pain. She endured the reproach of love. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.